Chapter 1014. The topic of the mythological era could not be discussed any further. No matter how it was discussed, it was just a conjecture. Moreover, there were too few topics to discuss. Even the gods, who were said to know everything in the void with a single thought, could not find out the slightest bit about that legendary era. Searching for the origin could not bypass the interference of the great samsara. To be able to cast one's gaze back to the previous era was already someone who had walked quite far on this path. They were very powerful. Even Xian, you could only see the scene of the beginning of the ancient era. She could not let her gaze bypass the obstruction of the great samsara and stopped there. Yun Nuashing was very interested in the mythological era, but there were not many people who could communicate with him on equal footing. The Phantom also did not know much about that era. In the middle and later stages of the Dark Age, the inheritance of the mythological era had been lost for many years. That era had disappeared too completely. Even if one accidentally found clues from the mythological era, it was difficult to find out more. To them, the Dark Age had disappeared completely. However, they could occasionally find some records and traces of the Dark Age in the world of the gods. Compared to the former, it was much better, but it was still useless. The most troublesome thing about the alternation of eras was the change of language. The common language of all races created by the gods in the mythological era had been mostly lost. A lot of ancient information could not be obtained and could not be ascertained. Yun Nua planet's understanding of the mythological era was also pitifully limited. They only knew a few things about the heavenly destruction god, as well as the battle she was involved in that destroyed the divine world, and even the entire 8 elements realm and Great Yuan realm. Well, those are very important, but also not very important. That guy left without giving him any time to react. As soon as he turned around, he was gone. He did not know if he was used to slipping away so quickly. In the empty star region, Yin Nuashing stretched and watched as the colors of the star region gradually dimmed and faded bit by bit until it became transparent. There were still stars in the deep sky, but everything was fading very quickly. The golden wall gradually appeared in his sight. He turned around and returned to the position in front of Ziyan. He stood still and waited for the end of the frozen time. Coordinates, huh? After pondering for a while, he shook his head and looked at the last message of the origin astral technique, only to discover a piece of information that he hadn't noticed before. He couldn't help but be stunned. The secret to longevity. Keep breathing. Don't stop breathing. Yun Nuashing. That old urchin is even worse than me. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he tossed the information about the origin astral technique to the side. He knew that he was very lame and unreliable, but he didn't expect that there would be someone who was even more playful than him. He shook his head and sighed. Then his divine soul sent out an extremely unique wave of energy. He instantly entered the void and flew to an extremely distant place. He left the realm of the gods and the cluster of light in this world and swayed in the pure void. That unique divine soul wave seemed to have wandered for a very long time and didn't connect with anything. However, the speed of soul communication was very fast. Even if it took dozens of minutes for the divine soul to communicate with each other, only less than half a second had passed in the real world. Moreover, that extremely unique divine soul wave was still wandering in the void at this time. The fuzziness of time was even clearer. Yun Nuashing's divine soul waited patiently for a while, but in fact, it didn't even take a second. His wandering soul came into contact with something and continued to explore along this wave of energy. Gradually, it approached another kind of soul power. He couldn't help but smile faintly. He wandered around for a while and bumped his head into it. Found you. This was another world. Looking down at this planet from a high altitude, one could see its steel-like earth and brown surface. A huge star ring, glowing with a metallic luster, supported the energy barrier that enveloped the entire planet and enveloped this steel giant. The buildings on this huge planet were densely distributed. Everywhere was filled with steel buildings, but they looked orderly and didn't appear to be messy. There were only a few empty spaces that looked useless. In fact, they were just the center of a larger building. Many thousand-meter-tall towers were arranged on the steel-like earth. From afar, they looked like a huge triangular object with a concave top on top of an even larger light purple crystal. Inside the crystal, there was an astonishing amount of energy flickering and pulsating. However, this enormous amount of energy was tightly bound by the light purple crystal. There was no sign of it leaking out at all. It was unusually docile and quiet. The crystal towers could be found in every corner of the city. The architectural style here was also very different from the various styles of buildings in the celestial realm. Compared to the exquisite and majestic buildings in the celestial realm, these buildings were less ornamental. However, these buildings with completely different styles were arranged neatly in rows. There was a strange sense of beauty to them. Huge spaceships and battleships floated quietly in the sky. They were distributed inside and outside the planet. The sunlight penetrated through their transparent bodies and fell unaffected on the steel-like earth. These spaceships were much larger than the spaceships in the celestial realm. Their bodies had a metallic texture, and their shapes were somewhat strange. They emitted a huge amount of energy. Although they were called spaceships, they were more like powerful weapons. In the center of the most prosperous city on this planet was the most eye-catching and largest building. It was a tower-like structure. 3 huge rings were distributed at 3 different heights of the tower. They floated in midair and slowly circled around the tower. Each ring was more than 10 feet thick. The 2 rings at the top and bottom were extremely wide, while the one in the middle was relatively smaller. On each ring were patches of buildings. Just the tower and the 3 rings added together were like a sizable city. At this time, at the top of the tower, a man was standing at the edge of the tower, overlooking the scenery of the city below. There was nothing under his feet, as if there was no place to stand. The man looked extremely young, no more than 20 years old. However, his eyes were filled with a sense of alienation and age from the rest of the world. They were faint and indifferent, but when he gazed at the city below, rich colors flowed through his eyes. At that time, his long black hair that reflected a strange light, his silver-white texture, and his metallic luster would all shine brightly. Behind the man stood a similarly young woman. She was dressed meticulously and had a serious look on her face like a warrior. Her beautiful eyebrows were raised, and she looked very capable. At this moment, she was holding a crystal ball and a stack of papers in her hands. Her voice was clear and did not tremble as she quickly reported the contents of the crystal ball. Also, the black mist spreading in the void has affected many worlds. At least 3,000 worlds have been annihilated by the black mist. The 79th star zone has sent a report saying that it has been eroded by the black mist. However, the specific situation has not been observed. There are no reports of victims. The man turned his head. With a thought, the empty ground under his feet flashed with light. Soon, a ground appeared where his feet were standing. There were stairs extending in 3 directions around it. Black mist of the void? Something that disturbs one's mind. I seem to have heard you mention it many times. Yes, my lord. The black mist of the void appeared in the lower planes 10 years ago. Now it has spread to the middle planes and the upper planes we are in. However, only a few worlds have been damaged. Some worlds were completely occupied by the black mist and did not cause any harm. Other worlds, as soon as they came into contact with the black mist, their world barriers began to fall apart and collapse. The woman nodded very seriously and said, "Do those destroyed worlds have anything in common?" The man frowned. "We can't find it yet." The capable woman shook her head. "But there are records of 3,000 worlds being destroyed in all 3 planes. It has been 10 years. Is there still no useful information?" The man was puzzled. "I am very sorry, my lord. This subordinate requests to be melted down and rebuilt." The capable woman said with unusual calmness. The man's cheek twitched violently. You have been saying this since 30 million years ago. Yes, my lord has never approved it. The capable woman said matter-of-factly. The man was speechless. Sighing, the man waved his hand helplessly. He said weakly, "Increase the investigation of the black mist of the void, but do not act recklessly. I have a bad feeling about this. There is nothing else." Just before the man could finish a sentence, there was a sudden ding in his mind. His entire body trembled. This feeling made his soul tremble. "Nevira, are you still alive? Are you asleep or have you woken up? If you are still alive, say something." The ethereal voice carried a hint of laziness and emptiness. It was an unfamiliar female voice. The man was stunned when he heard it, and his expression changed greatly in a second. The lean woman could not help but look at it, but she was tactful enough to not say anything. She bowed slightly and took 2 steps back. "Hey, Nevira, your soul hasn't been extinguished yet. I can feel it. Don't tell me you've fallen into a deep slumber." The voice even changed into 2 different languages to greet him. The man was both excited and confused. The other side was still calling him. He hesitated for about 10 seconds. Then he used the ancient language and asked hesitantly, "Xian?" "Ah, you are still alive. I thought you were really dead." After hearing the reply, Yun Nuashing let out a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "I have searched around in my soul. In the end, I only found your soul imprint. The rest of them are probably destroyed. I don't know where to find those old fellows in the future." "Xian!" The man called Nevira jumped up excitedly. An unconcealable smile appeared on his stiff face. His old eyes were shining with a shocking light. The energy in his body was rumbling because of his emotional state. The capable woman's face changed slightly. She calmly took 2 or 3 steps back. Only then did she stabilize herself. Her face was expressionless. "It's me. I know I am a little salty. There is no need to be so excited. You are still alive. You are still alive." This familiar conversation made Navila even more excited. He was so excited that he danced with joy. He was a little nervous as he hesitated on the spot. He took a few deep breaths and calmed his chaotic emotions. He said, "Where are you? I will go and find you." "Ah, I am where I was. But I don't think you can come here. This place is sealed. I don't have time to run out now." Yun Nuashing cleared her throat. Just when she was about to chat, she suddenly remembered the purpose of looking for him. She was startled. She quickly said, "Let's not talk about this first. I know you are still alive. When the time is up, I will go and chat with you. There's one thing I need your help with." "Go ahead." Nevira also straightened his clothes that were messy from jumping around and said seriously, "I have a set of coordinates here. It is an ancient thing. It is very ancient. It is constantly moving in the void. When the coordinates were left, it was probably something from ancient times. There are traces left in the void. Follow these coordinates and help me find it." Yun Nuashing said, "In the void? But the void is not." Nevira's expression changed slightly. How could there be something left in the void? And it had been there for an entire era. "I know, but that thing is very strange. To be honest, I don't know what it is. But legend has it that there is such a thing. I can't leave now, so I can only ask you to help me find it. Oh, by the way, that thing may never be found. You don't have to keep chasing it. Just follow the coordinates and slowly deduce and chase after it." Okay." Nevira's expression froze, but he quickly agreed. Then he said gloomily, Are you married?" "Damn it, you've been asking this question for so many years, and you're still thinking about it?" Yun Nuashing's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Back then, this guy would ask once every year. When he came out of seclusion for 100 years, he would ask once a day. It gave him a headache. "I have been waiting for your wedding wine for countless years." Nevira and Yun Nuashing shouted at the same time. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and said, I knew you were going to say that. After that, he fell silent again. After a long silence, he said, No hurry, I guess. I guess I can't escape in this lifetime. Ha! Navira was so shocked that he bit his tongue and jumped up. Which mushroom is so heaven-defying that it can drag you from the celestial region to this mortal world? I'll beat you up. Yun Nuashing was speechless. He sighed and said, That's it then. If you have anything to say, say it the next time we meet. It won't be too far away. I'm still busy now. You're keeping me in suspense. Navira complained in dissatisfaction. The voice in his soul quietly disappeared. He sighed. He felt a little melancholy, but also a little excited. He didn't expect that the old guy was still alive. It had been almost 70 eras, but he could still hear his voice. After panting for a while, Navira calmed down. He looked at the city below and felt that it was even more beautiful. He was in a good mood. He turned around and looked at the capable woman. He waved his hand and said, Let's celebrate. No, I made a mistake. It's not time yet. Cough, cough. Find a team of people who are very adaptable to the void and can move around in the void for a long time. Ask them to bring the most accurate celestial instrument and go to a place. I'll send you the coordinates later. Go and find them first. Understood. What else? The capable woman bowed and asked again. Navira thought for a while and said, It's best if they can endure the loneliness. This is a very long mission. Understood. The capable woman nodded heavily. She turned around and disappeared, silently. Watching her disappear from his sight, Navira took a deep breath and sighed. He couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head. This old guy can really come back from the dead. I didn't expect him to come back after so many years. But it's good. With him around, the world will be more exciting and lively. But that guy's voice turned into a woman's? This made him a little puzzled. He scratched his head. Was that guy so addicted to cross-dressing that he changed his voice? After thinking for a while, Navira suddenly remembered something and shouted in his soul, Sister, my lovely sister, the idiot you have a crush on is back. By the way, you seem to have a love rival. The soul was silent for 3 seconds. Then an earth-shattering scream rang out from the tower, shaking the entire city. A group of people stared blankly at the tower and couldn't help but twitch a few times. Navilla dug his ears and shuddered. This girl's voice is too destructive. What if you cause the city to collapse with your voice? Can't you calm down a little when you're such a big girl? Although he was also not calm himself. In the Star Palace, Yun Nuashing finished the soul communication. A drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. He couldn't help but gasp. It's too far. With the current power of the soul, it will take some effort to send a message to such a far place, even with the soul seed and soul imprint. After a while, he stretched. The conversation seemed to have taken a long time, but in reality, it had only been less than a second. Right after he finished stretching, the stagnant time began to move again. Ziyen and the others came to their senses, one after another, and looked around the palace. The dazzling light that was as bright as the sun had disappeared in an instant. The scene that they had seen in the previous second was completely different from what they had seen in the next second. Everyone was stunned. This scene didn't seem to be like this just a moment ago. Didn't he just shout something out with his voice? Can't we see this thing? Nightmare scratched his head strangely. They clearly felt something moving behind them. Why was there no reaction at all? Ziyin and Mei Mao turned around and looked at Yun Nuashing. He was also looking at the palace in a daze. When he saw her looking at him, he smiled gently and waved his hand. Let's go. It's time to go out. Idiot, don't you care about this place? Didn't you just... Chu Yingzhen shouted and looked at him in confusion. I already know what I need to know. It's just a set of coordinates in the void. Yun Nuashing glanced at her and said lightly, There's nothing left here. The matter of the coordinates was temporarily handed over to Navira. He was an old friend of Quarter Moon's from the ancient era. He came from a world that was not quite the same as the realm of the gods. The path of development of his world was also very different from that of the realm of the gods. However, it was still a very powerful world. After searching through his soul, only the former's soul imprint and soul seed were left. The others were probably accidentally destroyed during the reincarnation. It was a little regrettable. He didn't know where to look for his old friends in the future. That world, the world controlled by Navira, is very wide. I just don't know how many people he has left after the reincarnation. Well, this era has already passed for 19 eras. It must have developed a lot. The people in their world developed like a plague. Yun Nuashing muttered in his heart. In short, he would leave this matter to him for the time being. He trusted that old man very much. As for himself, he had other things to do. Perhaps it was because he had found an old friend. Yun Nuashing had a very happy smile on his face. Everyone looked at him blankly. They didn't know what had just happened. They felt that something was wrong, as if they had missed something. Chapter 10:15. The vast star palace was silent. Only Yun Nuashing and the others were walking in the empty hall, pushing open the giant doors hidden in the walls, looking for the way out. According to Yun Nuashing, there was nothing left in this place, so they began to look for the way back. In the end, that unreliable fellow remembered how to get here, but could not find the way out. Back then, when we went out, we were directly thrown out of the main palace into the starry sky outside. Yun Nuashing shrugged helplessly and said confidently, "This time we are going out. I don't know the way." "No, but you have stayed in this star palace for 10 years. You could take such a complicated path and such a complicated terrain back here. There's no way you don't know the way, right? You can just go back the way you came." Yuan, she was dumbfounded. She could find the way in, but could not find the way out? That did not make sense. Yun Nuashing looked at him and said in a low voice, "How do we get into the main hall? Tell us." "We were looking for a hidden door in a long corridor." Yuan, she scratched his head and said, puzzled. And then, "We walked into a long corridor where divine artifacts were buried. You even collected a strand of demon imprisoning flame. You found the lost divine artifact of the demon world, and then walked very far and found a very small main hall." Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. "Then how did we get out? Didn't we just turn around and close the door and come out?" Nightmare's tone took a huge turn when she said the last word. She went from being calm to being full of doubt. The others were also stunned because they realized that something was not quite right. "What about the divine artifact corridor?" Ming tilted his head in confusion. "No, this is not the place where we can enter. Do you understand now?" Yun Nuashing sighed helplessly. She thought for a while and said, "If you still don't understand, I'll give you a complete map of the maze. This maze doesn't have any signs, and the repeated intersections are almost the same. Now, I'll let you choose 2 places to start exploring the maze. One is the main entrance, and the other is the intersection that is a little closer to the exit." Ziyan and the others' faces twitched. The problem was very simple. They just needed to go from the entrance. If they had a complete map, they would be able to find the exit with some time. However, if they were randomly placed in a corner of the labyrinth, they wouldn't be able to find their way out. Even if they had a complete map, they wouldn't be able to find their way out. This was because the labyrinth didn't have any special markings. It was like a maze that was placed in a square. If it was really like that, they would just need to walk to the edge. However, this star palace wasn't a neat square. If it was so simple, hundreds of thousands of gods wouldn't have been trapped here for 10 years in the ancient era. Even Yin Nuashing himself couldn't find the way. The group stood there in a daze and looked at each other blankly. Were they going to be trapped here for a year and a half? Let's just find the way. That old cough cough. We still have things to do. The old urchin in this palace is probably playing with us. We still have to go out and find something. We don't have time to stay here. Yun Nuashing said to Ziyan and the others. She emphasized the words "find something" in a very strange tone. They didn't find anything wrong with the latter. They just thought that she was suddenly being funny. Yun Nuashing smiled and slapped the wall next to her. A door about 10 feet wide suddenly opened. Behind the door was a star field with twinkling stars. There was a platform in front of the door, and in the star field further away, there was another huge platform. Everyone had stayed on it before. Ah, we're out. Chu Chin couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the star field outside. Everyone's eyes widened in horror. Was this even possible? Could it be that this chicken feather star field palace was freaking voice-activated? There was a roar in the main palace, and something inexplicable came out. They couldn't see it. Now there was another roar, and then the door opened. Either they had bumped into a ghost, or there was a pair of eyes staring at them. Yun Nuashing grinned. What he said just now wasn't for Xian and the others, but for the old urchin who was still sleeping but still wanted to torment him. He didn't expect the old guy to let them out directly, and he was mentally prepared to play with the old guy. In the end, he directly opened a door for them to go out, and it directly led them to the outside of the palace. What a stubborn old guy. Let's go, let's go. It's fine as long as the door is open. Don't worry so much. Yun Nuashing smiled and waved his hand. He took the lead and walked out of the door. Xian and the others looked puzzled and suspicious. After looking at each other, they shook their heads and followed him helplessly. If they really wondered why the door opened so suddenly, they might not be able to get out today. Ah, we're finally out. As soon as Yun Nuashing and the others walked out of the palace, a faint laughter sounded in front of them, startling them. They looked up and saw Qing Yu, Kuan Yuan, and the Emperor were coming up to them with smiles on their faces. Waiting for us. Yun Nuashing was slightly startled. He looked around, but there was no one in front of the Star Palace except for them. Where are the others? Haven't they come out yet? No, they've all left. Emperor of War put his hands on his hips and said angrily, they all left a day ago. We were the first batch to come out. We thought that you might not have come out yet, so we wanted to leave directly. But after thinking for a while, we decided to say goodbye. We've been waiting for more than a day. Oh, there are 3 people who are also waiting for something. I don't know if they're waiting for you. 3 people. Yun Nuashing and the others were startled and looked at each other. This perfect number, could it be those 3 people? Why did you come out so quickly? Didn't you explore the palace? It's rare to enter the final destination. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, isn't it? Yuan, she asked curiously. They had wandered around inside for 3 or 4 days. Why did the others come out in 1 or 2 days, and all of them left? Of course, we planned to continue exploring. The Wind Emperor twisted his neck and said, At first, we thought of retreating when we saw the palace embedded in the wall begin to shrink. That collapsed palace killed 2 unlucky fellows. Later, we saw some open palaces closing one after another. But as long as we stayed in the passage, we would be fine. Later, because we had collected almost all the stars, we had to retreat. We were stronger and collected the stars faster, so we were the first to come out. Behind us, a group of godly emperors came out, the 7 guides and 3 or 4 godly emperors. It's a pity that we didn't see any stars of a higher grade. They were all golden. Be content with what you have. It's not like you can see the golden star providence whenever you want to. The Battle Emperor rolled his eyes. It's rare, be content, said Emperor Forza Mozihan, rolling her eyes at the Wind Emperor. The latter smiled bitterly. Qingyu smiled and nodded to Yun Nuashing and the others. She said, Sister Yuexa, let's part here. We'll meet again in the Divine Land. Yun Nuashing smiled back and waved her hand. The 5 of them nodded to Xian and the others. They turned and walked towards the portal in the center of the Star Palace. At this moment, they saw that there was another portal there. After waiting for a while, Yun Nuashing also waved his hand, and a group of people filed out of the portal. As they disappeared, the galaxy became quiet, and the portal gradually closed. Beside the Starry Palace, A crack in the void that was at least 1,000,000 feet wide opened, slowly swallowing the starry palace. It had waited for the person it was waiting for, and in the future it would not appear before the world again. It floated in the void, quietly waiting for him and his orders. In the vast sky, a purple-gold shadow cut through the space like an arrow. The tip of the shadow tore the clouds in the sky in half, leaving a long golden tail behind it. It was like a purple-gold meteor, brushing past the sky of the God realm. After cutting open the energy layer of the beautiful golden particles that were sprinkling down from the sky, one could see that there was a purple-gold fire phoenix inside. Its body was surrounded by crimson-pink flames, but it didn't appear to be burning hot. It streaked across the sky like a miracle. The people on the fire phoenix were naturally Yun Nuashing and the others. After coming out of the divine miracle of the Holy Spirit, they rushed to the edge of the dry plain region. After flying far away, Yun Nuashing remembered that he seemed to have mentioned something to the person in the divine miracle of the Holy Spirit city. In the end, he forgot about it. My head is full of the pillar of creation. I can't remember such an insignificant matter. Yun Nuashing sighed and shook her head. She smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm not a calculative person. It's just a God Emperor's request. It's not worth mentioning." Xian and the others looked at him silently. He could only comfort himself like this. He had helped someone else for nothing, and he didn't even receive the expected return. He didn't know if he was forgetful or if he was just a simple-minded person. "Little star, it's about time to prepare. It'll take 4 to 5 days to get to the 33 prefectures." Yuan, she looked at him with burning eyes and wiped the corner of his mouth. His saliva was almost flowing out. Useless. Nightmare looked at him with disdain, then walked up to Yun Nuashing with a smile. "Boss, are you done with the Star Providence? Do you need any help? Although my skills are not good, I can still help. Do you need any help?" Everyone stared in shock at this crazy fellow who was trying to curry favor with her. They could not help but slap him in the face. This fellow did not seem to be any better than Yuan Shi. Yun Nuashing looked at the two of them, sighed, and said, "Don't worry, you won't run away. You've only been out for 2 hours. Well, although it's done, it's all gold. The effect might not be as good as you think. However, we have the star trial on us. The star providence rewarded by this trial seems to be reddish gold. It's only 1 grade lower than reddish black. Every time you complete a trial, the star providence will automatically gather on you. You already have it on you, but you might not be able to feel it." He pointed at Yuan Shi, Nightmare, Qin Yan, and Little Moon. They had completed their first trial a long time ago. He could see the reddish gold star providence on them. There was quite a lot of it, and it was pure star providence without an energy layer. Why can't I feel it?" Yuan, she touched his body and asked curiously, "Because it's in a deep sleep state. It hasn't revived yet." Yun Nuashing said, "I've said it more than once. You can only revive the star providence in the small divine lands. The reason for this is because the laws of heaven and earth in this era don't have the power to deal with star providence. Only the ancient era and a few other eras have such power. However, it's settled in your bodies, so it's fine even if you don't know about it. Anyway, the moment you go to the small divine lands, all the star providence hidden in your bodies will jump out and revive on its own. Then let's split the star providence first. It's all gold star providence with added ingredients." Yun Nuashing smiled wickedly. "Wait." Chu Yingzhan expressionlessly reached out her hand to stop him. She said calmly, "Before that, please tell us what added ingredients are. What did you add in?" Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly. "You'll know when you see it." As he spoke, he took out the melted star source rock and poured all the star providence that everyone had collected into it. Yun Nuashing patted the melted star source rock and said to everyone, "Most people know about star providence. Those who go 1 level up know how to rank the star providence and know how to identify it. Those who go 1 level up know that the real star providence doesn't include the skin on the outside. This group of people has 90% less star providence than the previous group. Those who can skillfully peel off the real star providence are another level. The amount of star providence in this level is also 1/10 of the amount of star providence in the previous level. As for the last level, I reckon that very few people know about it. He paused and looked at everyone with a smile. He wanted to keep them in suspense. However, when he saw the latter and the others roll up their sleeves and pick up the bricks at the same time, his expression changed. Yun Nuashing hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head, helplessly. Seriously, can't I keep you in suspense for a while? Make a guess. Guess your head. Chu Yingzhan rolled her eyes at him. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He scratched his head and said, I told you before that in the primordial age, one person could monopolize the entire star providence. Do you remember this? I remember. The so-called star subduing is between the quasi-mortal stage and the immortal stage. One person can bear all the energy brought by a huge star providence and continuously familiarize themselves with the power of the star providence. Yuan, she nodded. Yun Nuashing also nodded. He patted the melted star source rock and said, Then the gold that you collected, do you think it's a whole star providence? Or is it separated? Damn, I seem to know what you want to say. Chu Yingzhan was suddenly stunned. She looked at him and said nervously, You can't be trying to say that the star providence in the Saint Spirit miracle actually comes from millions of stars, right? Those lumps of star providence don't come from the same star providence? It's very close to the answer. Yun Nuashing smiled and nodded. He said, If it's a single lump, then it must come from the same huge star providence. But if it's not, then it's not certain. Even if it's the same gold providence, there are countless stars in this star field. There will definitely be huge stars of the same level, but different in nature. Once the star providence from those huge stars of the same quality, but completely different in nature, is absorbed by the same person, it will. Everyone stared at him without blinking. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Yun Nuashing pondered for a while. He looked at them seriously and said word by word, It will choke. Everyone, cough, cough. Actually, it's like this. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. Seeing that everyone was stunned, he continued, We can compare the body to an extremely fragile container, and the star providence is the thing that is stored in it. When two different types of energy are stuffed together, the space is small, and they will definitely touch each other. When they touch each other, it's easy for unspeakable changes to occur. That's what it is. The star providence from different stars can't actually merge. Even if two stars are companions to each other, it's still the same because their nature is different. Just like the saying, you are unique in this world. This saying is the same for the stars. Then, if you collect all the different star providence, won't you only take the one with the largest amount and throw away the rest? Then what about the others? Chu Yingzhan was puzzled. Didn't those people who wolfed down the star providence and didn't know about this still pass through like this? No, it's still useful. Yun Nuashing shook his finger with a smile and said, The star providence of different natures can be washed into a blank state through special means to maintain its quality and wash away its original characteristics. Then it can be used as food to feed the first type of star providence. However, this ratio will be reduced to 1/3. In other words, if you want to achieve the original result of 1 + 1 = 2, you need to increase the star providence that you feed by 3 times in order to make the star providence absorbed by you undergo obvious changes. Its quality and nature won't change, but it will continue to grow. As for the others, it's actually not a big deal to gather star providence of the same quality from different stars together. At most, it'll look like a centipede. Yun Nuashing spread his hands indifferently. He didn't need to worry about other people's matters. Centipede? Chu Yingzhan was puzzled. Zian thought for a while and said, You're probably trying to say that when the time comes, you'll feel that something isn't quite right. Yun Nuashing gave her a thumbs up and winked at her with his right eye, indicating that this answer was correct. Is this considered raising poisonous insects? Qin Yen said weakly. How rude of me! How can raising the star providence be called raising poisonous insects? Yun Nuashing shook his head like a windmill. He stretched out his hand and stroked the purple-red pendant for a while. He smiled faintly. I just merged all the golden star providence into it, according to the division. The good news is that there are a total of 32 pure star providences waiting for you to choose. While everyone was happy, Chu Yingzhan raised her eyebrows. She felt that things weren't that simple. Then what's the bad news? You might not be able to choose the star providence that you like. Yun Nuashing spread his hands helplessly. 32 star providence was too little. The star providence corresponded to a person and would accompany them until they reached the divine level. If they couldn't choose a star providence that was compatible with them, they would more or less suffer some invisible losses. It was like going out shopping and failing to buy something that they liked. In the end, they had no choice but to buy something to make up the numbers. If this thing was a living formation artifact, the impact would be even greater. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to handle the living aspects of the formation artifact well. Cough, cough. We'll discuss the specific results later. Let's draw now. As for the amount, you're the clearest about it. Just draw something that's equivalent to your limit. Don't take too much. It's useless to be greedy in this aspect. Yun Nuashing reminded them, sternly. Everyone nodded. They looked at each other and placed their palms on the melted star stone. Their soul power entered it. After that, they saw a vast and endless star field. All they could see were balls of huge, liquid-like golden star providence. They felt dizzy just looking at them. The amount of star providence here definitely exceeded what they had collected. Right. Oh, that's what I collected. Yun Nuashing said matter-of-factly. Ah, that's a very normal answer. Everyone smiled bitterly and shook their heads. They calmed down and focused on sensing the star providence that was most compatible with them. However, when they sensed it, they seemed to be able to feel that the star providence in front of them was emitting an energy that they had never seen before. It made them feel a little strange. Chapter 1016. It's still very strange. Yuan, she closed his eyes and pushed his soul power to the maximum. He frowned. The space within the melting starstone was vast and boundless. When his soul entered it, it was like a drop of water flowing into the sea. He couldn't find it at all. At this moment, he was cruising in the middle of the many stars. In front of him were 32 huge golden stars that were slowly rotating. The viscous liquid surface was constantly tumbling in the star field. It was like a surging sea, and it was not calm inside or outside. Although it was said that there were 32 stars, these large stars that were condensed from the fate of the stars didn't release the heat of the sun. They just looked very dazzling. Tell me, what's so strange about them? Nightmare saw his constipated face and rolled his eyes. The former was holding a melting star stone in his hand. Inside the stone was a large golden star that was perfectly filled with the space of the melting star stone. In the middle of the large star, there was a solid reddish-black core. Even though the thick golden energy released an incomparably bright light, it couldn't block the light released by the reddish-black core. It's just very strange. Yuan, she still had his eyes closed. His face was distorted with constipation. They all look similar, but my intuition tells me that which one suits me better. However, I can't tell what's the difference. Without a clear choice, I can't do it. Don't be so pretentious. Boss said that you should choose the one that suits you best. Everything is up to your soul's intuition. Nightmare roared at him. Yuan, she sighed and shook his head. That's right. Okay. Then I'll take that one. Yun Nuashing glanced at Yuan Shi, who was still standing beside the melting starstone, and rolled his eyes. It had been 2 hours, and this guy still hadn't made his choice? Their group was quite lucky. The 32 stars basically all had star fates that were very suitable for them. Absorbing and fusing them was also quite smooth. Even if they couldn't find the most suitable one, there were still some that were slightly better. Their soul's reaction wasn't weak. Chu Yingzhan raised the melting star stone and tilted her head to look at Yun Nuoxing. What's that reddish-black lump for? It's the reddish-black astral providence that you found. Yun Nuoxing spread out his hands and helped Chu Xianling with her celestial fate. He even explained, the red-black celestial fate is of the highest quality, but its use is not so simple. It can subtly change your celestial fate until your celestial fate is activated. Then why didn't you get more? That big star has a lot of them, right? Chu Yingzhan was puzzled. Yun Nuoxing's hand paused, and the hand that was holding the golden star fate tilted slightly. He slowly raised his head and glanced at her. His eyelids drooped slightly and he shook his head. He turned back to continue fiddling with Chu Xianling's star fate. After a while he said, "You don't need so much. A certain amount of star fate only needs a certain amount of reddish-black star fate. More than that, and the balance between the two will collapse. Did you forget what I said? When two types of star fate that don't come from the same big star are gathered together, there will be an inexplicable reaction between them. Although there won't be any negative effects, it will make the fusion and some things that you will face in the future less smooth. The reddish-black astral providence is a little special. Even so, you can't use too much of it, understand?" "Oh." Chu Yingzhan mumbled something that was unclear. Mei Mel looked at him suspiciously. Her eyes seemed to be saying, "What you say always makes sense, but I keep feeling that you are hiding something. Don't worry and go absorb your things." Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. "When did I harm you? You don't harm us. You always harm yourself." Chu Yingzhan sighed. Yun Nuoxing looked at her in annoyance and didn't reply. He muttered in his heart, "This crazy girl's intuition is too sensitive. Sometimes it's even stronger than Xian's. Is this the crazy girl's natural talent? She can sense if something I am doing or about to do is dangerous or not." Although the reddish-black astral providence was of the highest quality, everyone knew that things would develop in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. This principle was also applicable to this reddish-black big star. It was the best astral providence, but it was also the worst choice. In the ancient times, he found a reddish-black big star. Although it did bring him immeasurable benefits, on the other hand, it also brought him trouble that he couldn't get rid of. The reddish-black star was a star of misfortune. It wasn't right to call it a star of misfortune. Astral providence wouldn't affect ordinary providence. It wouldn't make people soar, nor would it make people fall into a bottomless abyss. It was called a star of misfortune because the astral providence it brought was negative. It was a power that leaned towards the dark side. It was similar to the elements of chaos. It was an incomparably powerful power that brought about incomparable danger. This power could even backfire on oneself. Therefore, the reddish-black star was also called star of misfortune in the ancient times. Even if someone was presiding over the star descent, most people would choose to take a detour and leave when they saw the reddish-black star because that power was really too dangerous. Although this was the case when the reddish-black astral providence fused with the astral providence of another astral providence, it wouldn't cause the astral providence of the other astral providence to turn into the astral providence of the other astral providence. Under the right circumstances, it would only make the astral providence of the other astral providence more powerful and of higher quality. Naturally, there would be an astral providence of the other astral providence. Yun Nuoxing wasn't worried about this. In the ancient times, he had already controlled the reddish-black astral providence. Through special means, he could absorb the power of the astral providence of the other astral providence and make that unstable power controllable. To put it bluntly, the astral providence was just a strange power that could subtly change people. It wouldn't cause a huge change in a short period of time. Therefore, as long as this process was controlled and not let it develop in a bad direction, it would be fine. In this way, even if he entered the small divine land and all the changes happened at once, there wouldn't be any bad changes. He didn't want to tell Xian and the others about this, so as to avoid unnecessary worries. He kept this to himself, and this was also a bad habit that he couldn't change. Well, anyway, everyone had their own little secrets. In this life, and thousands of lives, he was destined to not take the safe path. He was already used to taking risks out of desperation, and so on. Everything was done in the direction of maximizing the effect. Even if there were bumps and bumps, it wouldn't be a problem. Dangers and so on were just a small problem. After taking care of everyone's astral providence and making sure that he had done everything he could, Yun Nuashing finally heaved a sigh of relief. He stretched and lay on his back on the purple-gold fire phoenix. After rolling for a while, he tilted his head and looked at the people who were wrapped in golden light. They looked like Buddhas who were helping the world. Their bodies were emitting golden light, and there was a golden ring behind their backs. A few people who were undergoing the astral providence trial had a bunch of golden rings emerging from their bodies and slowly rotating behind them. Then this is going to be a bit long. Yun Nuashing shook his head. Astral providence was very special. It had to be integrated into one's body very carefully. Unlike any other kind of energy that could be swallowed and stuffed into one's body, astral providence was very fragile. After removing the outer energy layer, it would be even more fragile. The entire absorption process could only be slowed down, and it wouldn't be too short. Conservatively speaking, even Chu Qin, who had the smallest astral providence capacity, might need more than 10 days, not to mention the others whose astral providence capacity was several times greater than his. Bing Air might even need half a year. Then, what should I do during this period of time? Yun Nuashing rolled around on the fire phoenix in boredom. He had already finished his astral providence trial. This soul still remembered the taste of the red-black astral providence, so he didn't need to spend a lot of time familiarizing himself with this unfamiliar and extremely fragile energy. With a gulp, he swallowed it all. It was convenient and fast, but there didn't seem to be enough. He could swallow the astral providence so quickly because of his astral providence trial. The others had to take it slowly. Oh, let's take a break first. Yun Nuashing couldn't think of anything to do. He stretched lazily, put little magic under his head, and used it as a pillow. He closed his eyes, activated the 1,000 Dream Sutra, and entered the state of light dreams. Xian, are you free? He didn't know how many days had passed, but a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, causing Yun Nuashing to wake up. He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. This was Navila's voice, and it sounded a little anxious. He looked at the treasure map and found that the distance to the 33 prefectures was much closer. About 2 or 3 days had passed. What's wrong? Navira's voice was hurried and nervous. The people I sent out arrived at the coordinates you gave me 2 days ago, but they were all killed. Only their souls escaped. Huh. Yun Nuashing suddenly felt that something was wrong. He frowned. Is there a problem with the coordinates? Navira shook his head. It doesn't seem to be a problem with the coordinates. You said that the coordinates were from the previous era, right? Maybe it was nothing at that time, but now it's shrouded in a very strange fog. The fog is spreading in the void, and it can't be destroyed. 10 years have passed, and it has devoured and destroyed more than 3,000 worlds. Yun Nuashing was suddenly energized. Fog. What kind of fog can spread in the void? Is your child okay? The few of them are fine. Their souls escaped, but it's okay. They have just rebuilt their bodies. The black fog, I'll call it the void fog for the time being. It appeared in the lower plane 10 years ago, and now it has spread to the middle and upper planes. The important gathering points in the void are still safe. I just want to ask you, do you know what the black fog is? Navira asked. Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment and shook his head. I've never heard of it. These things didn't appear in the ancient era. Can you tell me more about the black fog in detail? It's best if you have a memory so that I can observe it directly. Maybe I can understand what it is. Navira nodded. He looked at the city that had become extremely busy because of his order. He pondered for a moment, organized his words, and slowly told Yin Nuashing all the information he knew so far. He even sent a memory to her. The black fog is just a normal fog. It disperses like clouds when you wave your hand. However, it is ethereal and untraceable. Even if it disperses, it will condense again. There is no obvious change if you touch it directly. However, it has devoured countless worlds, and the number of worlds destroyed has reached 3,000. It has been spreading in the void and suddenly appeared in the void. It spewed out everywhere in the void and wandered around fearlessly. We have found the source of the void fog, as if we have found a shaft that kept spewing out fog. It came out of the void abruptly, and we can't find out what is behind the void. There were also many names of worlds in the memory behind the words. Those were all destroyed worlds, and he did not know any of them. That was normal. He had never left the realm of the gods in this era, so he naturally did not know the names of the worlds that were reborn after being shuffled. Unable to find any traces, unable to discern its mode of existence. Energy perception weak. Offensive power none. Spreading method unknown. Speculating that it may be a loophole left behind by the birth of the world, self-destructing and affecting other worlds. The accuracy rate is less than 10%. More evidence and examples are needed. There was a cold female voice at the end. It was mechanical and rigid, as if she was making a report. Yun Nuashing read all the information sent by Navira. She felt that it was not quite right, so she went back and read it again. The latter did not say anything, but she could hear a faint sigh. Yun Nuashing was slightly taken aback. He stared blankly in front of him and muttered to himself, "I think I've seen this energy before." As he spoke, he raised his head and looked up into the sky. He looked into the starfield and even saw outside the realm of the gods' world barrier. At this moment, 1% of the gigantic world fragment had already rushed into the realm of the gods' world barrier. The realm of the gods' world barrier was incomparably calm. Like water melting into water, nothing happened. However, a part of the starfield of the realm of the gods had already been destroyed by the gigantic milky white wall. At the edge of this huge arc, where the world barrier broke, there was a faint layer of purplish-black energy. It changed the nature of the world barrier and slowed down the speed of its melting in the void. That purplish-black energy was very similar to the void fog. He frowned, feeling that things might not be so simple. He quickly took out the Book of the Era and placed the two types of energy in his memory together. Through the verification of the Book of the Era, the two types of energy, they came from the same source. However, the void fog seemed to be stronger. The Book of the Era could not tell what this energy was. At most, it could extract all the feelings of that energy from its memory and compare it with the other energy. In the end, it found that even if the two types of energy were not the same, they came from the same source. The only difference was the strength. Navira, listen to me. Yun Nuashing did not understand, but she still passed this information to Navira. After hearing this, Navira was also confused. A world fragment that crashed into the realm of the gods? An energy that changed the nature of the world barrier? That's a weakened version of the void fog. And it was 1,000 years ago. What's that? However, after hearing this, she was still confused. Yun Nuashing also expressed that she did not understand this energy at all. She did not even feel that it was dangerous. However, a vague feeling in her divine soul still made her a little wary. I'm not sure. Yun Nuashing sighed and shook his head. This stupid thing actually stumped two celestial gods at once. How embarrassing. Navira was also very busy. 4 or 5 of their elites had suddenly died. Even if they could be resurrected, some people felt that the void fog was challenging their strength. Many people had already submitted applications to get rid of the mysterious void fog that filled half of the void. Do you want me to investigate it personally? Perhaps I can understand what that thing is if I get close to it, Navira said solemnly. Yun Nuashing was also in a difficult position. He had to go to that place. The coordinates were hidden behind the black fog, so it was impossible for him not to go. However, he had a bad premonition. After thinking for a while, he nodded. Send a doppelganger. Just make a doppelganger and maintain 80% of your original composition. Send him into the void fog to investigate. Also, be careful. I have a feeling that something is wrong. Navira nodded and said, Shen, where did you get the coordinates? If there is really a problem, I think it should be a problem with the coordinates. Could it be that it's just to lure you to see the void fog and then let you deal with it? Yun Nuashing shook his head. I don't think so. That thing is an ancient life form from the Dark Age. We have never seen this strange, void fog in the Ancient Age. It was the same in the Ancient Age and the Ancient Age. At that time, the realm of the gods was not sealed. If someone really found this mysterious void fog that spread half of the void, the news would have spread very quickly. Besides, you said that the void fog had destroyed a total of 3,000 worlds. Even if some of them were not destroyed, they were still trapped, right? Navira nodded. That thing was indeed very strange. Just by looking at it on the surface, they could not feel anything. It looked harmless, but once it went berserk, it would be deadly. Speaking of which, could it even be called a berserk? They did not even know how it moved its ears, and they did not know if it was a source of pollution. Anyway, be careful. If it's really not possible, just forget about it. This era is a little strange. The abnormal suppression of heaven and earth, the abnormal position of the stars, the abnormal realm of the gods. Everything I know has become strange. Yun Nuashing's voice was serious. Are you okay over there? Isn't the world fragment going to rush over? Navira was a little worried. The realm of the gods' defense is not a problem. As long as it's not the great samsara, other apocalyptic catastrophes will not come to the realm of the gods. You can rest assured about that. Yun Nuashing smiled. Anyway, if there is an emergency, just give me a shout. I'll bring people over immediately. Navira finally said, Then I'll go investigate first. I'll let my clone go first. If it doesn't work, I'll go myself. If I don't get back to you in 10 days, I'll probably die. Yun Nuashing still wanted to say something, but the soul power of that guy gradually weakened in his mind. He was stunned for a while and his cheeks twitched. Is this guy going to run over by himself? How much more trouble is there in this world? Yun Nuashing was distressed. Things that had not been seen in the ancient era had now appeared. The world fragment that collided with the light of other worlds, the mysterious black fog that spread across half of the void, and the huge barrier that sealed off the realm of the gods. Other than what he knew, the last one might have been set up by a transcendent figure more than 100 years ago. However, he did not know what she set up this barrier for, nor did he know what the fragile seed she was talking about was. Yun Nuashing scratched his head in distress. He felt an inexplicable palpitation in his heart, and his gaze towards the pillar of creation in the distance became deep. In this world, it seemed that something was about to happen. Something was about to erupt all at once. Chapter 10:17. In the 33 prefectures of the land of Kunming, the pillar of creation was hidden. 10 colorful threads spread out from the bottom of the gigantic metal pillar. Upon closer inspection, they were threads woven from talismans that were 100 feet in size. They spread rapidly from the bottom to the top. High up in the sky, an extremely huge magic formation covered the sky. From here, one could see the edge of the magic formation, but one could not see what was on the other side. It was like another piece of land. The great chaotic magic formation of the divine land has its own dark element. The 9 origin pillars do not need to be sealed by the dark element, but the other 12 pillars need to be sealed by the dark element. Yun Nuashing formed the last hand seal. An extremely complicated seal was pressed into the pillar of creation. He slowly retreated a distance and looked up at the gigantic metal pillar that was gradually recovering. After the 10-colored talisman threads climbed to the top, they suddenly trembled. The entire pillar of creation began to rumble and shake. The sea and the sky tumbled as if heaven and earth were turned upside down. Even the space could not help but tremble under such power. In the sky, the magic formation that had been stopped for dozens of eras was forced to operate like an aging machine. It emitted cracking sounds of decay, following a short and rapid buzzing sound. The pillar of creation suddenly became colorful. Layers of energy flowed rapidly inside it, connecting it to the land of the divine realm. The aging energy was automatically destroyed, and the purest energy from the divine realm was extracted. The saint's soul magic formation emitted a sound that sounded like it was about to collapse. A moment later, at the end of heaven and earth, the other 11 origin pillars appeared in front of his eyes. The magic formation was automatically activated. In just a few seconds, they became colorful. Waves of terrifying soul fluctuations surged out from the 12 origin pillars as if they were resonating. The fluctuations from one origin pillar collided with the other 11 origin pillars at an infinite speed. An even more powerful echo was reflected and surged wildly in the land of the Kuan Yuan region. The Saint Soul Magic Formation had also revealed its entire body, including the Kuan Yuan region. The rule fragments that looked like glass cracks rushed toward the 33 prefectures of the Kuan Yuan region under the waves of echoes and finally landed on the origin pillar. Ding! When the nomological fragments separated from the magic formation and gathered in the pillar of creation, the turbulent heaven and earth also regained its tranquility. The echoes that reverberated throughout the entire Kuan Yuan region stopped, and the 12 pillars gradually lost their colors and returned to their original simple and unadorned state. They were dark and silent like the earth. The huge golden magic formation in the sky also gradually disappeared between heaven and earth. It quietly lay dormant in the void, waiting for the next moment of operation. Yun Nuashing waved his hand, and a golden bead flew out from the origin pillar in front of him. He caught it in his hand, and then took out another golden bead from the pendant. He gently touched it, and the two beads merged into one. Even its size was larger. 1/5 of the law of the age of immemorial still doesn't seem to be of much use. Yun Nuashing sighed and tilted his head to look at the pillar of creation. With this, the great guardian formation of the Kuan Yuan region could be considered to have been repaired. It would continue to lurk in the void of the realm of the gods without being discovered by anyone, slowly accumulating power. Although I don't think that the great guardian formation is of any use to this world at the moment, well, these things are all for the sake of preparing for a rainy day. What if it really comes in handy one day? Just take it that I'm worrying too much. Yun Nuashing scratched his head, turned around, and flew toward the shore. He looked at the people who were still practicing on the fire phoenix and shook his head helplessly. He had been running around for the past few days, and no one had woken up. He was the only one who had been running around on the road. It wasn't that he wasn't used to it. After all, so many years had passed, and it was normal for a person to be alone. He was originally a lonely soul. Moreover, he wasn't really lonely at this moment. Zien and the others were just practicing, and they were not far away from him. However, when he thought about how this would last for a long time, he felt that something was wrong. Yun Nuashing patted his face hard with both hands, took a deep breath, and said to himself in his heart, "What am I thinking about? I've already experienced the loneliness that countless people couldn't taste in the endless reincarnation. Why am I still feeling melancholy now?" He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Was it because he was not used to the sudden quietness around him because of the hustle and bustle? It was useless to think too much about it. He sighed, waved his hand, and let the fire phoenix fly out of this space. Thousands of miles up in the sky, the fire phoenix left a conspicuous line of fire as it flew past. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and opened up an energy barrier to block the strong wind that was blowing at him. He took out the treasure map and looked at it. The pillar of creation that appeared in front of him was the complete pillar of creation. If it wasn't for the sense of distance, he would have mistaken it for a huge metal wall erected on the horizon. Ganyuan region, Yun Nuashing muttered to himself for a while. He looked at the place where the 12 pillars were and silently planned his path forward. He still had to make a trip to the Yanli Academy midway. The trial of fire could now be solved. As such, the journey forward seemed a little boring. There didn't seem to be any fun places in the Ganyuan region that were worth his stay. It's not boring. His eyes focused on a few places, and his hands trembled slightly. He inadvertently recalled some memories, but those places he didn't know if they were still there. Too many things had been buried in the great reincarnation after reincarnation. How many things could be engraved in this world? What was left? He inadvertently turned his finger, and the journey to the Ganyuan region might have changed. 7 days later, Yun Nuashing, who was in a light sleep, suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up. He waved his hand and stuffed the book of epics into his mind. His soul power quickly merged into the void. "Yo, old friend," it was Navira's voice. He sounded a little weak, but other than that, he seemed to be fine. "Don't tell me you really rushed in alone." Yun Nuashing frowned slightly. Navila laughed heartily. 70 years ago, when I heard the news of your death, I could only sigh and say that you died before me. Later on, you returned, and I ran into the fog of the void, thinking that I would die before you. But in the end, I didn't die. I was really lucky. What nonsense are you talking about? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes fiercely. He had already guessed that this guy would rush into that unknown thing alone. It was the same when he first met him, and it was the same 70 years later. However, he didn't have the right to criticize others. And then, what did you gain by risking your life to rush in? Yun Nuashing sighed softly. Navira was silent for a while. After a while, he said, "I'm not sure. The level of the black fog is quite high on the world stairway. Maybe it's even higher than time. Maybe it's the same as the level of the primordial realm." Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly. The stairway of the world was not something difficult to understand. It placed everything in this world together. The stronger one was in this world. The closer one was to the word world. The higher one's priority would be, and the higher one's position on the invisible stairway would be. The world here referred to this world, which could also be said to be the entire great primordial realm. And in this world, the primordial realm's ranking on the stairway of the world was considered extremely high. It was slightly higher than the divine realms, and if there was something that could be placed side by side with it, then that thing could possibly shake and threaten everything on the same stairway. If the world stairway was higher than the primordial realm, needless to say, it was above the enlightened masters. The void fog was close to the primordial realm's level on the world stairway, which was close to the level of the enlightened masters. It could threaten the enlightened masters. Judging from the current situation, the fog seemed to have hurt Navira. Maybe it's even higher. Yun Nuashing's expression was solemn. The fog could hurt Navira, but the reverse didn't seem to be true. Yes, I can't do anything about those clouds of black fog. Navira nodded helplessly. "Are you sure you're okay?" Yun Nuashing asked solemnly. "I'm fine. I can guarantee that there's no energy left on me." Navira nodded. "It's just a pity that I can't see through what that thing is." Yun Nuashing was a little annoyed. "All right, that's it. Don't mess around. Just lie in bed for 10 days to half a month. Oh, by the way, I found the coordinates and deduced the next coordinates. There doesn't seem to be any fog there." Navira ignored his words and said to himself, "Do you still want to continue chasing?" Yun Nuashing was speechless. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's continue." "Okay, I'll make the arrangements first." Navira disappeared after leaving these words. Yun Nuashing was dumbfounded and sighed helplessly. "This old bastard makes people worry." Yun Nuashing sighed. He couldn't do anything about him. Just as he was sighing, the fire phoenix quietly stopped. Yun Nuashing raised his head and saw a huge pillar occupying a large part of his vision. He scratched his head and cast those thoughts aside. He then controlled the fire phoenix to land on the ground. After repairing the pillars of creation for so many years, he was already familiar with the process. Moreover, these pillars of creation weren't damaged at all. Only the seals had aged. He just needed to replace them with new runes and magic circles. The 3 pillars of creation in the Ganyuan region weren't as damaged as the one in the Kun region. Well, repairing the magic circles and the pillars of creation together won't take much effort. After the pillars of creation are repaired, the other connected pillars of creation will automatically be repaired by the new energy unless it's a hard damage. However, I haven't received any news about this yet. Yun Nuashing lay down on the fire phoenix and stretched lazily. He then continued to fly to his next destination. He would fly back and forth like this, and when he reached his destination, he would go down and do something. After that, it would be another silent journey. He had long gotten used to it. It was as if he had returned to the ancient era, when he floated in the sky from day to night with nothing to do. Until one day, he was bumped down by a reckless girl who used the light element. Now that he thought about it, the reason why his journey became so exciting later on was also because of that reckless girl. In this life, he also met a girl who made his journey so exciting. If it weren't for them, his journey would have been much less exciting. Thinking about this, he suddenly felt a stomachache. He wasn't suited to think about this kind of thing. In any case, he should just let nature take its course. What was to come couldn't be avoided. Just like how he was now, he had once again come to this place. This was a verdant valley. Towering trees that were over 100,000 feet tall covered the sky and the sun. There were even more huge ancient trees surrounding the small valley. Looking down from the sky, one could only see a huge forest. Looking closer, one could only see trees that looked like a green mountain range. No one knew that there was a small valley in the middle of the forest. It was completely covered. A huge fire phoenix directly broke through the top, covered by a patch of green leaves. It tore through space and entered the hidden valley. Looking at the surroundings from the inside, those huge ancient trees were like iron plates that completely surrounded this place. Even the sunlight in the sky could only be very obscured. Only after passing through the layers of cover could a ray of sunlight shine down, forming a small light screen in this hidden place. The fine rays of sunlight shone on the fallen leaves, which were dyed golden by the sunlight. They fluttered down from the sky like golden ashes. This scene was hazy like a dream. The fire phoenix stopped in midair. Yun Nuashing took a step out of the energy barrier and leaped. However, his figure instantly disappeared and silently landed in the valley. His feet were 3 inches off the ground, and he didn't touch the green grass below. His breathing was also concealed, as if he didn't want to disturb the peace of this place. Yun Nuashing opened his eyes. Colorful light flowed in his eyes. Flowers bloomed under his feet. The flowers in the valley danced with the wind and danced around him. As he walked forward, every flower was snow white and flawless. A faint fragrance circulated in this valley, and even the sunlight seemed to be more active. He put his hands behind his back and quietly changed out of his black windbreaker. Before he took 10 steps, he was already dressed in white. His slender white cloak dragged on the ground, caressing the flowers and plants on the ground. His eyelids drooped slightly, and the expression in his eyes dimmed. He let out a sad sigh, and the space fluctuated along with it. There was only one tree in the valley, and it was only 1 to 2 feet tall. It didn't grow very tall, but it was very wide, about 4 to 5 feet wide. The trunk and branches were very tough, like a huge umbrella. Beside the tree, there was a tomb erected. It was a lonely tombstone, and there was nothing else. Even the words on the tombstone were completely obliterated by the passage of time. "I'm here to see you, Shixian." Yun Nuashing slowly walked to the front of the tomb. Behind him was a path filled with lush flowers that were countless times more lush than the other places in the valley. He looked at the lonely tombstone. Even the inscriptions on the tombstone had disappeared. He muttered to himself, "I'm sorry I'm late. After 70 eras, I've returned here, but I couldn't find you. Where are you now?" He didn't have a good life in these 70 eras. He didn't know how bad his life was, but his soul told him that there was nothing good about it. However, he couldn't say it. He couldn't say it here. He could only smile, even if the smile on his face was very forced. "I feel that your existence is too important. That's why this world can only give birth to one spatial life like you. It's difficult for a second one to appear." Yun Nuashing smiled gently. He took out a bouquet of flowers from his pendant. He knelt on one knee on the ground and placed the flowers in front of the tombstone. "This is your favorite dual world soul flower. I've searched many places to gather enough for one use." The great tomb that he had built with his own hands had disappeared. Only a tombstone was left. It was destroyed in the battle back then. Shi Xian could no longer hide from the laws of heaven and earth. Even if she was born in the space of the God realm, she couldn't stop her fate of disappearing. She was here. She had been here 77 eras ago. She was resting here, slowly disappearing in his arms. He couldn't do anything. Only the tombstone was left. Fortunately, the tombstone was left. It was his ultimate defense. In the end, it withstood the test of the great reincarnation and didn't let this place shatter. I hated being weak and powerless. I became crazy and irritable. I thirsted for power. I controlled power. I devoured all things. I grasped absolute power and absolute authority in my own hands. I only wanted to protect those who stood behind me. You were willing to stand by my side, and I was willing to protect you forever. We shared honor and disgrace. If I couldn't do it and my life was in danger, I wouldn't hesitate to pay any price to protect you, even if it meant sacrificing the entire world. But it was too early. I didn't have the power to save you back then. In the end, all I could do was erect a tombstone to commemorate you. I laughed at my own weakness and powerlessness. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and clenched his fists. That was the first time he tasted the pain of loss. From then on, he became crazy and paranoid. He would rather die than try it again. Life forms in space wouldn't disappear. They couldn't die. As long as the space in the world of the gods existed, Shi Xian wouldn't die. It was just that he wouldn't be able to meet her again. She had been hiding in this world. Even now, even though he used to be a god, he couldn't reverse this process. The birth of the original life form was too heaven-defying. It completely reversed the right of the world. It was difficult to be born in that extremely dangerous crevice. It was a product that challenged the rules of the world. The rules in the crevice were wrong and chaotic. In this world, they were all wrong. He couldn't do it. He couldn't create an original life form. He couldn't create the purest space life form like Shi Xian. Zero was a time life form. He was nurtured in a divine grade Xian crystal. He was born in a divine grade Xian crystal with the power of time. However, he used his own divine power and his own spiritual soul as a seed to create the original life form. He wasn't born on his own. His power was the key. He couldn't let a pure original life form appear. It's about time for you to appear, right? Yun Nuashing sat down, feeling a little tired. He stared at the tombstone in a daze and sighed. He hugged his bent knees with both hands and murmured softly to himself. There aren't many life forms in the entire great Yuan realm that were born by using all the luck in this world. But it's already been 77 eras. It's about time for you to come out, right? This is the world of the gods, the place where thousands of miracles gather. Everything that is impossible in this world will be realized here. You said you won't die. Then why don't you come out? Come out, and I'll let you beat me up, okay? There was no response. It was only natural. He had said these words so many times that he had forgotten them. He would only come here occasionally and sit for a period of time, talking to himself like a madman. He couldn't change anything. Nothing could be changed. The gods had the power to reverse karma, but they couldn't reverse her life and death. However, this time it didn't seem to be the same. Yun Nuashing slowly raised his head and stood up. His aura became slightly fierce, and the sadness in his eyes quickly disappeared. He tilted his head and shouted, "Come out!" His shout resounded through the entire valley. The originally faintly discernible hymn stopped abruptly. The beautiful scene here was suddenly surrounded by a somber atmosphere. Chapter 1018. Come out! A loud roar shook the entire valley. Yun Nuashing's aura suddenly became fierce. 10 types of elemental energy surged violently around his body. His eyes were cold as he pointed the Netherruin sword at a protrusion not far away from him. The air was silent for a while. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes. After a long while, he still didn't see any movement. He couldn't help but lift his foot and walk over. However, before he could take 2 steps, a white flag was raised weakly from behind the hill. It even waved Yun Nuashing. Was this a sign of surrender? He couldn't sense any overly powerful energy. After thinking for a while, he let go of the Netherruin sword and let it float beside him. He said softly, "This is the resting place of my best friend. I don't want to use force. Come out. I won't hurt you." Behind the hill, the white flag retracted. A moment later, a pair of trembling children poked their little heads out from behind the hill. Their small silver eyes looked timidly in Yun Nuashing's direction. They were 2 girls about 10 years old. They wore silver-blue robes with a faint metallic luster. Their attire was a little strange. Their silver-blue hair was astonishingly long, but it didn't seem to have been taken care of. It extended all the way to the ground. There were some grass roots and a few petals of flowers in their long hair. Their delicate little faces were as white as jade. They were very beautiful. Their small silver eyes were gray, and there were no eyeballs. However, he could sense an astonishing amount of spiritual chi and dense immortal chi from them. He could even see at a glance that there was a faint amount of immortal chi in the souls of these 2 children. It was the same as little Purple Soul's soul, but it wasn't as pure as little Purple Soul's soul. Little Purple Soul's soul was almost an immortal soul. The 2 little girls crouched timidly behind the hill. Yun Nuashing frowned. These 2 children gave him a very strange feeling. It was even a little familiar. This feeling was definitely not normal. "You. Whose children are you? Why are you here?" Yun Nuashing didn't understand. With a calm expression on his face, he lifted his feet and walked towards the 2 of them. He could see that the souls of the 2 little girls were very young. They weren't the transformations of some old monster. His soul also quickly spread out in the void, but he couldn't sense the existence of any person within 1,000 miles. When the 2 girls saw him walk over, they were slightly shocked. One of them was so frightened that she screamed and waved her hand at Yun Nuashing. "You, don't come over. Wah, BZZZ." As the little girl waved her hand, a huge silver-blue arc of light suddenly flew toward Yun Nuashing. In an instant, it arrived in front of Yun Nuashing in an inconceivable way. Yun Nuashing was stunned. The silver-blue arc of light wasn't very fast. However, it seemed to have the ability to shrink the distance. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of him. Moreover, its attack power was quite shocking. If someone below the demigod level was caught off guard by this sudden attack, they would probably die on the spot. However, this energy wasn't enough to pose a threat to him. With a light snap of his fingers, the silver-blue arc of light suddenly distorted. Then it shattered into thousands of pieces and gradually dissipated in the air. He stretched out his slender ears and 2 fingers and pinched one of the pieces that was about to dissipate. In just a moment, the piece disappeared. However, his expression changed. The power of space. These 2 little girls didn't seem to have started cultivating. They didn't even have the slightest bit of energy aura on them. How could they launch an ultra-concentrated attack of space with a wave of their hand? After the little girl launched the attack, she fell to the ground in slight fear. Her gray eyes trembled as she looked at him. The other girl, who appeared to be calmer, slapped the first girl's head. She reprimanded in a soft and tender voice, "You idiot! What if you hurt Big Sister's place of eternal rest?" "Woo, woo, woo, but that guy is so scary." The little girl held her head and muttered with a bitter expression, "Big Sister." The muttering of the two little girls naturally didn't escape Yun Nuashing's ears. When he heard the names that he obviously cared about, he narrowed his eyes. Big Sister, power of space, place of eternal rest. The situation seemed to have become strange. The two little girls' eyes and eyebrows were very similar. There wasn't much difference between their thin faces. They seemed to be sisters. Yun Nuashing had a guess. He narrowed his eyes and said in a faint voice, "You know Xixian? Who are you to her?" "You know Big Sister?" The calmer little girl stood in front of the timid little girl and pretended to be calm as she looked at Yun Nuashing. Her little body was clearly trembling from fear, but she still acted like she was protecting her child. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but guess that she might be her elder sister. "Big Sister, I've known Xixian for hundreds of thousands of years, but I've never heard of her having sisters. Moreover, I buried her here myself 77 years ago. You say you're her sisters? Unless—" Yun Nuashing said the last two words very softly. He suddenly stopped and stared at the two little girls with shining eyes. Unless they were both creatures born from space. He took a closer look and felt that these two little girls were somewhat similar to Xixian, just like how she looked when she was young. However, he had never actually seen how she looked like when she was young. He only had a feeling that this was probably the case. If this was the case, there should be some kind of closer relationship between them and Xixian. The bold little girl couldn't help but be stunned when she heard this. She took a deep breath and mustered up her courage to look at Yun Nuashing. She said softly, "You are Lord Quarter Moon." "Oh, you know me?" Yun Nuashing looked at her in surprise. The little girl nodded. Big Sister Xixian said that if there was anyone who still missed her and would come here, it would only be an idiot named Quarter Moon. Yun Nuashing's heart trembled. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of the little girl. He squatted down and pressed his hands on her shoulders. He said in a deep voice, "You said that Xixian said that?" The little girl was shocked by his sudden action. She was so shocked that she wanted to retreat. However, she couldn't because her shoulders were pressed down. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed slightly. Yun Nuashing's eyes widened and he stared at her. When he saw her in pain, he hesitated for a moment and released his hands. He said in a deep voice, "Xixian is still alive? Where is she?" The timid little girl hurriedly pulled her sister back a few steps. She said in a trembling voice, "See, Big Sister, Xixian has been dead forever since 10 years ago." Yun Nuashing opened his mouth in shock. His hands were trembling, and he didn't have the strength to make any sound. Ah, this perfect timing, this damn timing. Life is really full of drama. However, why was it 10 years? Xixian had already been dead for 77 eras. During the ancient era, he would occasionally come here to pay his respects to some idiot who was sleeping here. If she was still alive, why didn't she say anything to him at that time? When he returned, he was already a heavenly god. Although he hadn't dealt with the matter of the origin life, he could still try. A heavenly god could see through the truth of the world and was above almost all the rules. It was merely outside of the rules. He should be able to find a way to revive her. He should be able to. The life in our space. After being destroyed by the rules of the world once, it's equivalent to dying according to the rules. Our consciousness will return to the original place, and we will no longer be able to communicate with the real world. The bold little girl softly answered Yun Nuashing's question. After Big Sister Xixian died, her consciousness has always been hidden in the space. She knows every time you come to see her. She wants to break free, but she can't. Big Sister is already a dead, according to the rules. Only we can communicate with her. Yun Nuashing fell silent and sat on the ground. He couldn't even comfort himself. He tilted his head and looked at the tomb not far behind him. There was some pain in his eyes. He scratched his messy long hair and couldn't help but sigh. His heart was in a mess. Is she all right? The little girl was startled. If you're asking about Big Sister, Shi Xian's consciousness in the concept of space, she has already completely disappeared. However, at the last moment, she said that she missed you very much and missed the time when she went out to play with you. She asked you not to blame yourself. In the end, it was her own choice. Why did it happen 10 years ago? Yun Nuashing didn't understand. After 3 great reincarnations, that little bit of consciousness could withstand the power of the void reversal. Could it be that the God realm wasn't affected at all because it was protected by the pillar of creation? After being destroyed by the laws of heaven and earth, it should have disappeared very quickly. Big Sister, Shi Xian, was able to hold on for so long because of you. However, Big Sister Shi Xian had waited for too long, and her consciousness was getting weaker and weaker. 10 years ago, the little girl lowered her head, and her silver eyes were a little dim. Our consciousness was born 1,000 years ago. It should have taken a very, very long time for a chaotic consciousness to appear in the real world. I know that Xi helped you. I've heard her talk about this before. Yun Nuashing sighed. Origin, life forms of the same kind, could help each other. It would have been fine if she was in a normal state, but Shi Xian was already so weak that she was about to disappear. If she helped these 2 little fellows and ended the chaotic period of her consciousness prematurely, she would become even weaker and her consciousness would collapse. What a reckless fool. This was also why these 2 little fellows were so similar to her. They had the remnants of her fire energy in them. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity with them. They were almost her projections, but they weren't completely the same. We've always heard Big Sister Shi Xian talk about the past. 10 years ago, when Big Sister was about to disappear, we wanted to hold her back, but we couldn't. Big Sister, The timid little girl burst into tears as she spoke. The other little girl hurriedly comforted her, but her eyes were also red. Did she give up? She waited for too long. Because I'm not coming anymore, and her only hope is gone. Yun Nuashing raised his head, and his colorful eyes were red. He bit his lips tightly and didn't dare to breathe. He didn't let his tears fall. She must have been very desperate during those 70 eras, but he had no choice. He was chased around the 8 primordial realms and forgot everything. He was lost. Perhaps this was the regret he couldn't erase in this life. Time had taken away everything, but it couldn't heal the wound in his heart. In a trance, he seemed to see the girl with long, silver-blue hair teasing him with her absolute control over space. She also liked to hide at the side and watch him suffer. She suddenly barged into his life and refused to leave, just like the naked girl. At that time, the 2 of them often bickered with each other. But on that day, she thought she was right and followed him out. She thought she was right and sacrificed herself, and suddenly left his side. Ah, that was his fault. But no one could punish him. What could he do? It seemed that he couldn't do anything. In silence, Yun Nuashing closed his eyes for a while. When he opened them again, a ray of red and black light flashed in his eyes. It was filled with a madness that couldn't be suppressed and could make the world tremble. All the sadness and sorrow sank into the bottom of his heart. He let out a harsh breath. He was powerless to do anything about what had happened in the past. But in this life, he didn't want to have any regrets. He didn't want anything beyond his control to happen in this life. He only wanted a perfect ending. What do you plan to do? Yun Nuashing stood up and squatted down again. He looked at the 2 little guys who were still sobbing, and a complicated light flashed in his eyes. Are you going to continue staying here? Or do you have other plans? I don't know. The little girl, who seemed to be the elder sister, lowered her head and muttered. She shook her head. They didn't have any special plans. They matured in advance in a daze. They broke away from the cradle of space and appeared in the real world. They didn't know what to do, and they didn't know what to do. They just waited here day by day. Yun Nuashing also felt a headache coming on. After about 70 eras, he didn't come back here. He didn't expect that the last wish of his old friend had disappeared. But there were 2 more little girls. Moreover, these 2 little girls looked a little like him. It was impossible to leave them alone. But if he wanted to take care of them, how should he take care of them? Should he bring them back and raise them? If he really did that, he would really become a professional stay-at-home dad. How many children had he raised in the past 20 years? Now, all of them had grown up into big girls. Oh, there was still one little one who hadn't grown up at all. The elder sister's eyes flickered. She lowered her head and looked at the ground. She recalled that when they were talking to Xixian in the concept space, Xixian had said that her only regret was that she didn't get to see him walk to the throne of stars that belonged to him. She had been looking forward to it for a long time, but she didn't expect that she would fall down first. She didn't get to see the moment when he ascended the throne of stars, but she got to see the moment when he returned with the entire galaxy. Sister Xixian, do you like that quarter-moon lord? Aft? Huh. Do I like him? I don't know either. After all, he was the first person I met in the modern realm. He seemed to be in a daze, sitting in the forest all day long and staring blankly at the sun as if he didn't need to do anything. One day he suddenly left. I was so excited that I chased after him. Now that I think about it, I unknowingly followed him for hundreds of thousands of years and then waited for dozens of eras. Every time I saw him again, I felt that I could still hold on for a little longer. Just like in the past, I would stare blankly at him without thinking about anything else for an entire day. Occasionally, I would think that it would be nice to continue like this. Perhaps this is what love is. I'm not too sure either. The little girl's consciousness fell silent. Who told him to look like that? That look of his is quite attractive to many girls. At first, I wanted to play with him for a year or 2 before leaving, but later on, I felt that he had a good personality. He was stupid, dull, and useless. Gradually, I couldn't bear to leave him. That guy didn't come for such a long time, and I was very sad. I thought that he had finally forgotten about me, but my sense of him had completely disappeared. He was no longer in the divine realm, and the last trace of his presence in the divine realm had also completely disappeared. It was completely annihilated, just like how he watched me die all those years ago. I also watched that trace of his presence gradually disappear. He seemed to have died a long time ago, and that was something that happened a long time ago. He should have died even earlier than that, and the remnants of his energy would only disappear after a long time. At first, I also thought that I might as well go with him. At least I would have a companion on the road, but that guy seemed to be able to come back. So I kept waiting. I just wanted to see him again. What an idiot. He actually made me wait for so many years, and when I finally sensed his presence in the divine realm again, he didn't come back. Idiot. You should just die from your stupidity. The little girl shook her head helplessly. Her sister was getting more and more confused. You could say that one side ruined a lifetime. How could there be a lifetime for an origin life form? Well, that's it. My ill-fated relationship with that guy had a simple beginning and a simple end. That guy's still feeling bad about it. When you go out and see him one day, just tell him about it. The only regret I have is that I couldn't be by his side and watch him reach the peak of the stars. It's a little bit of a pity. At first glance, I knew that guy was someone who would do great things. Humph, idiot. This time it's really goodbye, little idiot. Her sister's voice gradually weakened. The little girl was at a loss. She felt a large amount of information that she had never felt before enter her consciousness. Her knowledge of the world rapidly spread and expanded in her mind. In an instant, she understood many things. In an instant, she understood what she had lost. Most of everything they had was inherited from Sister Xixian. Without her, their descent into the world would have been delayed for a very long time, so long that it was almost eternal. They had inherited her looks and even her soul. but they did not have her memories. But that was not a problem. They were just her inheritors. That was why she said that. Please, let us inherit sister, Shi Xian's last wish. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Last wish? What was Shi Xian's last wish? He really did not know. That girl had never said anything like that to him. The little girl's sister put her hands together and raised her head. Her small silver eyes stared straight at him. She softly said, "Please let us stay by your side. In sister Shi Xian's place, we will witness the day you ascend the starry sky throne." Yun Nuoxing. Huh. Chapter 1019. Yun Nuoxing had mixed feelings as he flew in the sky. He scratched his head in confusion. He had taken a detour to Shi Xian's resting place to reminisce about his old friend who did not make it to the end. He did not expect to bring back two little brats, and these two little brats were somehow related to her. In an instant, his memory uncontrollably flew back to that era, to the time when he first met her. He recalled everything that had happened over the past hundreds of thousands of years. He shook his head and threw the past to the back of his mind. He rarely immersed himself in the past, but every time he did, it took him a lot of effort to get out of his memories. In that case, he might as well not think too much about the past. He had already stuffed the two little brats into his spiritual world. Little Purple Soul and Yi, she were having fun with the two little brats. The two little brats did not seem to be worried about leaving their old home. In fact, they were having a good time. Yun Nuoxing felt mentally and physically exhausted when he saw the little brats wreaking havoc in his spiritual world. It was one thing to look at the mansion built by the Sea of Fire, but there was also a castle and a great wall next to it. The little brats were sitting in the Sea of Fire, catching the flames and molding them into all kinds of things, as if they were playing with mud. Oh my God, this is my spiritual world. Can you stop wreaking havoc? Yun Nuoxing was dumbfounded. This place had turned into a sculpture hall. What was up with that giant dragon made of flames? The little brats are having fun. Don't make a fuss, replied Violet Soul. Violet Knight replied nonchalantly, causing him to choke on his words. But seeing that little Violet Soul and the Space Gemini were having so much fun, he thought about it and didn't say anything. He sighed and let them have fun. It's not like they'll break anything. Wait, Xiaoxi, why are you joining them too? When Yun Nuoxing saw that Yi Shi was also playing, she finally couldn't help it. Although this girl looked to be only 11 or 12 years old, she was still a mature adult who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years and had even died twice. Now, she was participating in the little game of three little girls. Yi, she held the flame sculpture in her hand, her wine-red eyes blinking. She glanced at him and said, "I'm bored. Brother Nuo doesn't come in to play with us." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and pulled her hair, not knowing what to say. "Zi, you lay lazily on the bed." Mei Mao glanced at him and said lazily, "The two children don't have names yet. Are you going to name them, or should I?" Yun Nuoxing scratched her head. Before she could say anything, Zi continued, "I've already thought about it. The elder sister will be called Shi, and the younger sister will be called Xiyin." Yun Nuoxing almost couldn't catch her breath. "The names you came up with seem to have ulterior motives? Do you want to say something?" These names were too obvious. There was a yin in each word, so it was probably referring to him. However, he didn't have any objections. He just wanted to complain that the person who knew Shi Xian was actually Quarter Moon, himself. At the beginning, he said that Quarter Moon was Quarter Moon and Yun Nuoxing was Yun Nuoxing. Now he was Yun Nuoxing. Slowly, the two identities overlapped. Those memories kept echoing in his mind, and he couldn't turn a deaf ear to them. He always inadvertently thought of himself as Quarter Moon. However, there was nothing wrong with that, right? She's such a good girl, but you ruined her life. She even jumped out to take a bullet for you. Ahem. She blocked a huge battle for you. Just based on this, do you dare say that you don't owe her anything? Zi Yi narrowed his eyes and looked at him with a half smile. If it weren't for Shi Xian, he might have died first in that battle, and there wouldn't have been any heavenly god of primal chaos after that. Yun Nuoxing fell silent. Then she sighed. Of course I know that I owe her. Before she could finish, Ziyi interrupted her. She waved her hand and said calmly, It's fine as long as you know. That's all. We'll settle on these two names. She opened her mouth and sighed. Then she nodded helplessly. Shi Xian. Fine. We'll settle on these two names. Although he couldn't think of any particularly good names, these two names weren't bad either. By the way, those two girls also like these names, Zi said calmly. Yun Nuoxing. So you're just acting first and reporting later? You're just informing me in passing? That's pretty smart. Ziyi nodded. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the end, he had nothing to do with this from the beginning to the end. He raised his head and looked at the girls who were having a good time. Then he shook his head helplessly and told Lan, Exen, to take care of his sisters. Then he slipped out of the spiritual world. Yun Nuoxing sighed in distress. He felt that this habit of his had been acting up a little too frequently recently. It was probably because the more naughty kids in his spiritual world, the more times he sighed. Sighing really made him grow old. In just a short conversation, he felt that his mentality had aged by a few decades, because Ziyi herself was a super naughty kid. Oh, it wasn't quite right to call her a naughty kid. No matter what, she was at least a few decades old. Anyway, that was what it meant. Every time he talked to her, he would feel exhausted. Yun Nuoxing looked to the end of the horizon. The pillars of creation were still standing firmly on the ground. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Those pillars of creation had been out for a while now. He was a part of the control center, so he could sense the activity of the pillars of creation. The strength of the pillars of creation seemed to be gradually increasing. In other words, the world fragment hanging above his head was determined to be more powerful, and its threat level had increased. It's really troublesome everywhere. Yun Nuoxing rubbed his forehead with a headache and sighed again. He didn't have enough power at the moment. After Navira was crippled by the void mist, he began to pay attention to the world fragment outside the sky. Navira came into contact with a void mist that was one level higher than the void mist. So the world fragment's energy was one level lower than the void mist. He should be able to deal with it. However, the power he could use was probably only at the level of a god emperor. It was hard to say whether he should deal with it or protect himself when encountering a problem of the world scale. A god emperor didn't have the power to deal with this kind of problem and ensure that he wouldn't be injured. A god emperor might seem powerful to others, but to him, they were just a fragile life form that was even more fragile than the world itself. Rubbing his fingers, Yun Nuoxing sighed again. I can only wait and see when Sister Shui and the others will gather the materials for me. I'll go and find Luli. In fact, if it was really necessary, he could go and find Luli now. However, he had once angered her. If she found out that he had recovered his memory and that he was pitifully weak now, she would probably beat him up. She wouldn't kill him, but it was more likely that she would make him half dead. As for the materials she wanted him to gather, he now more or less understood what she wanted to do. He just happened to recall it. Lu Li herself was a highly skilled blacksmith. She had once talked to him about wanting to make a breakthrough in the divine weapon ranking. In the Antiquity Age, there were only 6 divine weapons other than the 12 divine swords in the divine sword record. After 3 eras, there were a total of 36 divine weapons on the divine weapon ranking except for the divine sword record. A total of 48 divine weapons could be called divine weapons. When the dark ruined sword was still intact, he had once said that it was comparable to a divine weapon or even more powerful than a divine weapon. The person who made it must be a master above the divine god realm. Even the 12th divine sword was much more powerful than many divine weapons. He had once searched the world and found 4 divine weapons. However, in the last few battles, they were either broken or lost. In the end, he couldn't even keep the dark ruined sword. If he had the spiritual divine body at that time, the outcome might be different. He could definitely turn the situation around with the 4 divine weapons in his hands. He wouldn't be afraid of too many masters above the divine god realm. After all, the power of the 12 divine swords was enough to threaten them. Kuin Yuan region, Blood Demon Valley, Yun Nuashing muttered. When he was in the Kuin Yuan region, he didn't forget about this. He just didn't go there because he didn't have enough power to go there. It might be a divine weapon of great success. Even divine god masters would take a detour if they saw it. They might even go back the way they came. With his current state as a complete divine god, if he led a group of people there, they would probably be wiped out, even if they had the spiritual divine body. From a certain point of view, it was a good thing that he got the time sand sword that was incomplete. The power of an incomplete sword wasn't very strong. He had many ways to get it. As for a complete one, it was basically impossible. The Dark Ruined sword is still here. I got the Ling Hongjian back. I don't know where the 6th-ranked Red Star sword went. There's also the 7th-ranked Origin sword, scratching his head in distress. Yun Nuashing felt that there were too many things to do. He definitely had to get these divine swords back. They were also a kind of backup plan. After he got them back, he had to slowly repair them. With the Ling Hongjian's ability to accommodate everything and the spiritual divine body, he could return to the divine god realm in the future. This was also a trump card. Sigh. Suddenly he let out a heavy sigh. He didn't even know how many times he had taken that day. Life is really boring. I'm acting on stage while the others are eating melon seeds below the stage. It was a one-man show. He shook his head gloomily and waved his hand to make the Fire Phoenix speed up. This was going to be a lonely journey. There were people around him, but he felt a pain in the ass. After a long journey, Yun Nuashing could only use cultivation to pass the time. Every few days he would wake up once, turning his head to look behind him. None of the fellows had woken up. In the spiritual world, Zi, Xiaobai, and Kai Xia were still drinking tea. The few little girls would sleep when they were tired from playing. When they were full, they would continue to play. They looked quite innocent and unaffected. Yun Nuashing also felt a little gratified. All this time, there was no one who could play with little Zihun. Now that there were 2 more. Although they were not of the same age, it was just right. As for the situation in his spiritual world, he couldn't bear to look at it. He was afraid that he would cry if he looked at it. This spiritual world seemed to have been packaged and redecorated repeatedly. Hum! The black pillar let out a crisp, buzzing sound, and a brilliant beam of light shot up into the sky from the pillar of creation. In the sky, one could vaguely see a huge and boundless magic array, which was roaring and trying to wake up. The divine imperial sky array of the Ganyuan region focuses on defense, but it can also be used to attack. It has both the ultimate attack and the ultimate defense. Its defensive power is no weaker than the resonance defense of the pillar of creation. Yun Nuashing waved his hands, causing the pillar of light to gradually dim. Pieces of colorful runes were engraved on the pillar of creation, quieting down. The magic formation in the sky that was like a faint shadow under the weak sunlight also gradually disappeared and disappeared between heaven and earth. The Divine Imperial Sky Array is a smaller version of the Divine Imperial Sky Array. Its power is also a lot weaker. Its power depends on one's understanding of the array. The deeper one's understanding of the array, the more powerful it will be. Yun Nuashing thought for a moment, then suddenly slapped his head. I can take out those old array diagrams and repair them again. The girls have a few array masters as well. If they have enough energy, it's not impossible to let them cultivate it. The 9th grade of the divine rank was the standard for array masters. The seals, heavenly seals, and divine seals behind them were actually special grades of arrays. They weren't counted in the ranks of array masters. The title of divine master referred to array masters who were at the level of gods. Arrays at that level were divine rank arrays. They were of the same grade as Xian Arts, and Divine Arts. However, it's still a waste to use divine rank array diagrams now. Let me count. There are probably tens of thousands of them left. They were all engraved when I was bored. In the sky, Yun Nuashing's thoughts were running wild. Array masters engraved array diagrams for special purposes. Putting aside whether the array diagrams were useful or not, just the act of engraving array diagrams could be considered as revision. Perhaps it could be called reflection. It was the same principle as practice makes perfect. By repeatedly engraving arrays, one might be able to discover something that one didn't think of before. They might be able to modify the array and increase its power. At the level of divine master, if one didn't know how to engrave new arrays or modify arrays, they would be laughed at by the gods. It would be passed down in the cycle of reincarnation for thousands of eras. Stepping into the level of divine master meant that one had mastered the concept of creation. It corresponded to everything. Gods could change all the rules by themselves. The more powerful gods could make the rules more complete and straightforward. They could engrave new rules by themselves. If they could change the rules, why couldn't they create new things? In the primeval age, Quarter Moon was also keen on creating everything that could be imagined. It could be a magic array or a life form. Most of the other gods and gods were the same. As for creating a world, it was also a piece of cake. Conversely, deriving a small world was a little more difficult. However, it was something that had to be done. Unless one could find a more straightforward way of cultivation and a simpler way of understanding the origin of all things in the world. Well, many gods and gods kept thinking about it. After so many years, they still couldn't find a simpler way. Maybe deriving a small world was an unexpected truth? Yun Nuashing retracted his gaze from the distant era and looked at the end of the world. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and asked the fire phoenix to turn around and go to another place. There, he lost something and picked up a few people along the way. At that time, he didn't think too much about it, and he wasn't qualified to think too much about it. However, it was different now. 2 days later, at the elemental stone in the northeast of the Ganyuan region, the huge, 7-colored god stone was hundreds of thousands of feet tall. It was like the spine of the earth. Endless elemental power reverberated in this space. That was its source. The elemental stone was absorbing the elemental power of the world. It was its aura. The elemental power that floated between heaven and earth was condensed into a solid form and turned into huge circles of gods that flowed around the god stone. It was majestic, simple, and ancient. The elemental stone symbolized eternity. It was a miracle monument that spanned between heaven and earth. It displayed the layout of heaven and earth elements at the beginning of the world and the birth of the God's world. At that time, there were only 7 types of elements in the world. Yun Nuashing once knew that the elemental stone might have originated from the primeval age or even older. Quarter Moon knew that the elemental stone was a miracle of heaven and earth that had appeared at the beginning of the world. It had the same origin as heaven and earth and had stood tall for more than 135 eras. The elemental stone of heaven and earth was a miracle that had appeared here when the first great god created the God's world. As for the other 4 eras, he actually didn't know how the beginning of each era was calculated. Therefore, he took a reserved number on the side of the elemental stone. There was an incomparably huge crater. It was like an endless abyss. Above the crater, there were still specks of starlight that hadn't dissipated. Below the crater was an abyss. If one stared into the abyss would echo and stare back at them. Star annihilation. The art of the stars combined with all the power of the Nethervoid sword unleashed an attack that was close to self-destructing. It left an irreparable wound on the god realm and turned many experts above the heavenly god realm into ashes. At the center of the attack, all the laws were void, so they couldn't dodge it. Even if the attack range was only 30 meters, they couldn't dodge it. Of course, he couldn't dodge it either. He had just escaped death and thought that this place would be his burial ground, but he was lucky enough to survive. Now he had some unimportant time to bury himself. I'm here again. I'm back here again. After almost 70 eras, he was back at this place again. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Anger, despair, irritation, and many other emotions echoed in his heart. That day, that moment, it felt like it was yesterday. He clenched his fists. He would never forget that day. Calendar of the great Yuan realm. The beginning of the 70 eras. He would never forget that day. He hated it. He despaired. He regretted it. He only wanted to turn his body into an eternal nightmare. A mad demon that would devour this world and vent his anger that couldn't be extinguished. This flame would one day burn him and this world to ashes. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. There was only calmness in his eyes. He loosened his clenched fists and patted his violently beating heart. He muttered to himself, "No, it's not the time yet. It's not the time yet. I still have to endure." In this life, he had a reason that he couldn't give in. In this life, he had a reason that he couldn't admit defeat. Therefore, he couldn't make any mistakes. He couldn't make any mistakes. He could pay the price. He could pay a lot of prices. However, behind every price, there could only be his name, Yun Nuashing. He was willing to give up everything he had, even if he became mad or a demon. However, he wasn't willing to gamble with the people around him. He had already made a mistake once. The bitter consequences left behind made him feel bitter even now. When he saw the 9 profound crystal coffins in the 9 deities' palace, his eyes hurt. He was such a contradictory person. From the inside out, he was full of contradictions. Perhaps even he was a contradictory existence. Just as he said this life was the end. There was no room for any deviation in this life. Therefore, he wouldn't hesitate to burn himself up in this life and ignite the most beautiful fireworks in this world. Chapter 1020. The place where the elemental stones were located was still silent. There were no signs of life. The residual energy here was still terrifying. Even god-emperors did not dare to stay here. 9 heavenly gods and more than 100 experts above the heavenly god realm had fallen here. They had even destroyed a great accomplishment, divine weapon. Even the laws of the realm of the gods could not reverse the damage caused. The residual energy here made this place a forbidden area. Many people knew that 9 heavenly gods had fallen here. However, only the higher-ups of the 9 temples knew that the 9 heavenly gods who had fallen here were their ancestors. What the others knew was only a cold battle record. Yun Nuashing looked at the whole. His gaze was a little absent-minded. He frowned. Those words suddenly echoed in his ears. "Your era has come to an end." This sentence now sounded very strange. Speaking of which, did his era really come? Could it be that the beginning of the 69th era to the beginning of the 70th era was his era? Because he had swept through the entire realm of the gods. That period of time was his. He felt that it should not be. At that moment when he was on the verge of death, something seemed to rush out of his mind. However, he could not remember. He could not remember what happened on the path of reincarnation or the underworld. Originally, he seemed to remember these memories. He remembered that he should have remembered them. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that part of his memory was missing. He did not know whether the things he had forgotten were important or not. At the last moment, I remembered that I was going to look for Xianin. But why did I look for her? Was it for help? Yun Nuashing frowned in confusion. He rubbed his forehead with his palm. He was not sure what he was thinking at that time. He had forgotten what he was thinking at that time. He only remembered that his heart was filled with anger at that time. He did not know anything else. Yun Nuashing scratched her head and sighed as she shook her head. Perhaps it wasn't something particularly important. Otherwise, she wouldn't have forgotten about it. Also, it seemed that his so-called recovered memory was still incomplete. Perhaps 10% of his other memories were lost. Shaking his head, Yun Nuashing waved his hand and got the fire phoenix to retreat a little while he jumped out of the energy barrier. The terrifying aura outside was mostly caused by himself. Even if many heavenly gods had fallen here, it wouldn't affect him. The energy of the heavenly gods' annihilation had been devoured by the star annihilation. What remained here was a strange aura that was led by the star arts. His divine soul had awakened. so he wasn't afraid that the remaining energy here would backfire on him. If it was anyone else who came here, it wouldn't be so easy. The aura of the stars here could devour an unprepared God-Emperor expert within a minute. Even if he defended with all his might, he wouldn't be able to last that long. When the terrifying energy came into contact with Yun Nuashing, it quietly dissipated and flowed to other places in the world. It didn't affect him at all. The bottom of the abyss was pitch black. This was nonsense, but it was so dark that it was terrifying. With Yun Nuashing's current eyesight, he couldn't see anything at the bottom. Perhaps there was nothing at all. Even if there was something at the bottom, it should have been melted by the self-destructive attack of the star arts. He shook his head and leaped into the air. His body was glowing with specks of starlight and dazzling golden light. Light particles circled around his body as his body rapidly plunged downward. That colorful scroll, do you remember what it is? Ziye's voice gently rang in her mind. She could also feel that he had come to this place to find the colorful scroll that he had lost before coming to the elemental stones. Yun Nuashing nodded and said, "That was originally my item. It may not be right to say that. I am not the creator of the colorful scroll. I am only the owner. I found it in an ancient star field. It recorded the secrets of that star field. That star field should have disappeared in the void by now. What is it? Is it related to the gods?" Lan Shiner also joined in the fun and asked. Yun Nuashing muttered to herself and nodded. Then she shook her head and said, "No, it shouldn't be. The creator might be the gods, but that item shouldn't have any special relationship with the gods. The one who left the scroll behind should be a spiritual godly body in the realm of the gods. At that time, when the scroll appeared at the bottom of the sea, my body sensed something. However, that item has nothing to do with the spiritual godly body. It was only because the creator was the spiritual godly body. He probably saw something in that ancient star field but couldn't solve it, so he brought it." As she spoke, Yun Nuashing was stunned. After thinking for a while, she said in a daze, Maybe that ancient star field hasn't disappeared yet. If we want to find it, we should still be able to find it. Since the creator couldn't solve the secrets of that place, but he still made a copy of it, he might be able to preserve that place forever. The gods were unreasonable creatures and could do anything. However, even if that ancient star field really existed somewhere in the void, they might not be able to find it. When Ziyi found the scroll back then, he didn't pay much attention to the void coordinates of that world. Moreover, the world itself wasn't static in the void. They would also drift in the void, other than not crossing the plane boundary. It was uncertain where they would drift to. Wait a minute. At that time, there was a change in the scroll under the sea abyss. This means that the colorful scroll should be related to something under the sea abyss, right? Z said, shaking her head. Yun Nuashing frowned. This was also a problem. Actually, I'm not sure. When I opened the scroll, it was quite difficult. At that time, I didn't know how it would react to the realm of the gods. If there's really a secret hidden under the sea that even the gods don't know about, it could only be the place that no one has ever set foot in the realm of the gods. It's called the bottom of the world. It's a place that is protected by the laws and concepts. It's a place that no one can set foot in. That place, I've heard of that place many times. However, it seems that no one can enter it. I don't know what's there, Lan Xen said, swinging her legs. There were people who studied the bottom of the world during the mythological era? Yun Nuashing was a little surprised. He thought that the place should not be a secret during the mythological era. Brother Nuashing, the mythological era seems very mysterious to you. In fact, it was just a group of people who were more powerful in the realm of the gods calculating how to spend their days. The things that should be known were known by the entire realm of the gods. Small secrets were only known by a small group of people, which is the original region. However, this bottom of the world was still called the Eternal Forbidden Land at that time. It was a place that no one could ever set foot in and could never enter. Therefore, it was given such a name. It was simple and easy to remember. Lan Xan spread her hands helplessly. Yun Nuashing and Ziyi were speechless. This sounded simple and straightforward, although it was said that way. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and said helplessly. However, that era disappeared too thoroughly. Things that could not be obtained and things that were unknown always aroused people's curiosity and desire to explore. After all, curiosity is the beginning of courting death. That's right, courting death. Everything that was done out of curiosity and to explore the end or the origin of the realm of the gods is the beginning of courting death. People will always want to explore some big secrets that cannot be touched or revealed to the world. Often it will cause trouble and even get themselves killed. It's a small matter. Most of the original region, or even the entire realm of the gods, will be implicated. If this is not courting death, then what is? Since the forbidden land that was created by the heavens and earth has a fixed challenger, this world has entered the ranks of courting death. There are some places that hide secrets that only enlightened masters and above can explore. Look at me, I'm courting death. I touched something that I shouldn't touch out of curiosity. I won't be able to rest in peace, even if I die. He pointed at himself and shook his head helplessly. Why else would people say that curiosity killed not only a cat, but also several enlightened masters? Moreover, hundreds of enlightened masters and above, as well as an entire world, were buried with them. This was probably the funeral of the highest standard in history. Ziyi and Lan Xan were speechless. So they were very curious about what kind of things you encountered that you were chased into reincarnation. Yun Nuashing's gaze became a little deep. They had been to several forbidden places, such as the Earth Grotto, the Tana's Water God Temple, the Haunted Forest, the Eye of the Storm Sea, and the Heavenly Abyss. Some of the forbidden places were naturally formed, while some were strange places that were created by the death of some ancient existence. For example, the death of an enlightened master was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that they were in a half-dead, half-dreaming state. The former could not control the leakage of their power, just like how a person's power would leak out when he or she was severely injured. However, if it was an ordinary person, it would not be a big deal. But if an enlightened master leaked a little bit of uncontrollable power, it could cause unspeakable damage to a world. After all, they were masters who had transcended the rules of the world and transcended the restrictions of the rules. Even a little bit of their power could change the rules of the world. It was normal for uncontrollable power to change the rules of the world. As for the half-dreaming state, it was easy to not know whether it was a dream or reality. Then, all kinds of situations would occur. However, such situations were quite rare. The lifespan of an enlightened master was equivalent to infinite. The half-dreaming state would only occur when one was dying of old age, unless there was some injury on the body that made one's lifespan no longer equal to infinite. In short, for a master of this level and a life form of this level, if they did not die and hid in some corner, it would be easy for them to create a terrifying place because of the leakage of their power. So, what is at the bottom of the eternal world? Ziyi sighed tiredly. Yun Nuashing and Lan Xan said in unison, "Who knows?" In the mythological era, many enlightened masters went to study it, but they did not get any results. They did not know where to start. There are many restrictions at the level of the rules there. It is a hard bone to chew through. Lan Xan shrugged cutely. In the primeval age, I brought the Book of Epics to investigate it, but I did not get any results. The intertwining rules, intertwining concepts in karma are almost twisted into a fried dough twist. If you want to investigate it, you have to first unlock the concept lock of karma law that is twisted into a fried dough twist. In short, it is very strange and is constantly changing. Old Sean and I speculated that if you want to unlock this thing, your deduction ability must reach the level where you can deduce 1 trillion years into the future in a second. Just seeing 1 trillion years into the future is nothing. Moreover, you have to maintain the progress of 10 million years in a second and know exactly what happened in the realm of the gods in the past 10 million years. The margin of error cannot be more than 10%. That kind of huge amount of calculation. Anyway, I am dizzy. Yun Nuashing sighed. Will this thing kill people? Yi was speechless. Just hearing about it was scary enough. Not necessarily. When an enlightened master activates the divine statue to deduce, he can deduce a very, very far future. It is not impossible to deduce an entire era. It is just that we do not know whether it is accurate or not. The further the time, the greater the margin of error. Moreover, the moment you observe the future, the margin of error will start to appear. Yun Nuashing spread her hands. The divine statue's deduction is quite simple, but it is also quite unreliable. Otherwise, why would there be enlightened masters at the realm of the gods? It is because this thing is not very reliable. The further you look, the more fake the future is. Lan Xian nodded in agreement. She had also heard a lot about this. As they talked, Yun Nuashing felt that she had almost reached the bottom. The speed of her descent gradually decreased from the speed of light. Light elements gathered around her body. Her 6 wings fanned out the light particles, illuminating the surroundings. She could not see the wall on the opposite side. She could only land on one side of the wall. This was very normal. She did not know how big this crater was. It was estimated that it was much bigger than the crater in the Godly Tiger Mountain Villa. We are here. When the ground appeared in her sight, Yun Nuashing let out a sigh of relief. Her 6 wings fanned gently, and the speed of her descent decreased. In a short while, she landed on the ground and stood firmly on both her feet. Suddenly, an electric current spread from the soles of her feet. Her whole body trembled, and she shivered. She grinned and said, "It seems that this place has reached the bottom. It is stuck together with a layer of rules. My current position is only a few centimeters away from the bottom of the world. It is these few centimeters that have killed countless enlightened masters." Yi and Lan Xian looked at the ground through her vision. They could only see a layer of ordinary stone ground. There were no broken stones, not even stone powder. The ground in this place had been melted by the purest power of the stars. It had been directly reduced to nothing. Not even dregs were left behind. Yun Nuashing looked around. She pressed her palm lightly on the wall. Then she walked toward the center of the giant pit. When I first obtained the scroll, I did not find any remains or relics nearby. If deities or enlightened masters wanted to leave something behind, their bodies would turn into relics after they died. If they did not want to leave anything behind, they would not leave anything behind. I did not see the creator of the scroll or his remains. I am not even sure if the creator was a spiritual divine body at the level of an enlightened master, Yun Nuashing said. Why? Yi and Lan Xian asked. How should I put it? Yun Nuashing scratched her head. She thought for a while and said, "It is a kind of intuition. When I opened the colorful scroll, I could see that there were many traces of heaven and earth on the scroll that did not belong to man-made. Perhaps this thing was born from the world itself. Then the spiritual divine body at the level of an enlightened master completed it? Or maybe it got that thing, accidentally saw that star field and imprinted it into the scroll?" Yi said. Yun Nuashing shrugged. Maybe it was so, and maybe it was not. Who knew? No matter how close the spiritual divine body was with heaven and earth, it should not be able to disguise the traces it left behind as if they were traces of heaven and earth. Moreover, it should be able to deceive the other enlightened masters. However, this theory could not be proven until he returned to the level of enlightened master with the origin of the spiritual divine body. The light element could not illuminate too far. This place was full of strong rules and oppression. Even sunlight could not reach this place because it was too deep. After leaving the end of the wall, the surroundings were pitch black. Fortunately, he had left an energy imprint on the wall as a road sign. He would not get lost in this place. However, as he walked, he still felt that the surroundings were too dark and oppressive. He could not help but speed up. Unknowingly, he did not know how far he had walked. Yun Nuashing walked quickly for a while and then stopped. Because he was not sure where he was, he could only walk step by step. In this damned place, the range of his soul senses was also limited. You've been walking for 4 hours, right? Yi could not help but ask. It's so boring. The rules and oppression here are too strong. Hundreds of enlightened masters, and those above the enlightened master had died here. The energy disturbances left behind here cannot be underestimated. If it was not because I created this place and awakened my soul, even I might not have been able to walk in here. Yun Nuashing spread his hands. This is already the limit. I don't know where the scroll went after it ran down here. We can only look for it slowly. Anyway, there's plenty of time. Speaking of which, there's nothing to rush, right? Yi replied with an Just as she turned a page of the book, her hand trembled. She said, Ahem, little star, on the front right, there's an obscure energy fluctuation. Let's go there and take a look. This slightly strange change in address made him smile helplessly. He nodded and tapped his feet on the ground. His 6 wings were tightly folded. His body was like an arrow that was close to the ground. However, after a while, he also felt the energy fluctuation. At this time, his senses were not as sharp as Ziyi's. Ziyi was a divine being of heaven and earth and was even given a godhead body. Although he had a spiritual godly body and his soul had awakened, his soul was still a divine soul. His realm was not high. In short, due to various reasons, although his senses were very strong, Ziyi could also enhance her own senses through his senses. In fact, the reverse was also true. He could also use Ziyi's senses to enhance his senses. However, in terms of energy sensitivity, he was still a little weaker. Could it be someone who didn't die dozens of eras ago? Lan Xian asked in a gloomy tone. I did confirm that they were all dead back then. There shouldn't be anyone who managed to escape. Star annihilation is a self-destructive attack, and it doesn't even take the attacker into consideration. Since it's a self-destructive attack, the attacker wouldn't be able to withstand it. Furthermore, it's supported by the power of the Nethervoid sword. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any ghosts or gods within the crater. Yun Nuashing shook his head. In fact, he wasn't sure whether there was anything alive in this place that could be called life. There's nothing alive. In the end, he waved his hand and decided the answer simply. Ziyi and Lan Xian were speechless. Yun Nuashing himself didn't know whether there was anything alive or not. But it was reasonable to say that there shouldn't be any living things, especially those masters who were above the divine realm. If they were still alive, they wouldn't have allowed Yun Nuashing, who was still breathing, to walk out of here. 10 minutes later, Yun Nuashing approached the energy source. When he saw clearly what was there, he couldn't help but tremble. That was Ziyi and Lan Xian were also paying attention to what was happening. When they saw that thing, clearly they both gasped. Kai Xia saw it and couldn't help but take a look. As a result, she was dumbfounded. She didn't recognize that thing. In the place where the energy source was located, there were 2 things. One was wrapped in a ball of light, floating 2 meters above the ground. Below the ground, there was a long object partially buried in the ground. That object was surrounded by thumb-sized stars, as if it was the center of the star field, slowly rotating around it. At a glance, one could only see tens of thousands of stars. That's... Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but stop. Chapter 10:21. At the bottom of the pitch-black pit, there were tens of thousands of stars twinkling. Yun Nuashing stood there, and the tens of thousands of stars suddenly came to life and became very large. Each of them was tens of thousands of feet in size. They twinkled at the bottom of the giant pit and scattered light in all directions. It looked very much like the tens of thousands of burning stars in the star field. I didn't expect to see it here. I was wondering where I had lost it. Yun Nuashing rubbed his palms, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Then it faded away. He was no longer excited. Even when he saw his old friend, he just sighed and said, "So you're still here?" However, the old friend had a much bigger reaction than him. Originally, there were only some small stars, but after Yun Nuashing came, they became stars all over the sky. There was a sense of joy that reverberated in this space, as if telling him the excitement of meeting again after such a long time. The red star sword, which is ranked 6th. Yun Nuashing was not too excited, but Ziyi sighed. She also recognized what it was. The ball of light floating in the air was the colorful scroll, and the one buried in the ground was the red star sword. Ah, is it a divine sword other than the Netherworld ruins? Brother Nuashing, come closer and let me see. Lan Xan also looked excited, and she hurriedly urged Yun Nuashing to come closer. Yun Nuashing smiled helplessly and patted his head. Then he lifted his foot. As soon as he took a step, the colorful scroll trembled, separated from the ball of light, and flew toward him. Reaching out to grab the colorful scroll, Yun Nuashing sighed. He had originally come to this big pit to look for it, but he did not expect to unexpectedly see the red star sword. It seemed that he had lost it here after the battle back then. The origin sword was probably lost in the same way. It was unlikely that he would be able to find it again. After all, he himself had forgotten where he had lost it. He did not lose it on his own accord. After all, he had used up all of his energy and was sent flying by them. He had been sent flying along with his sword. The red star sword was considered quite lucky to have been left here. This was a place that no one had dared to set foot in for dozens of eras, let alone go down. The density of the energy in this place was enough to make a god suffer. Furthermore, the scarlet star sword was here as well. This was a divine sword that could counterattack on its own. If anyone approached it, it would slash at them without a second thought. The 12 divine swords were probably all so capricious. Back when he had subdued the Netherruin sword and the others, he had almost lost a life. Moreover, it was the kind of sword that could save a life. All right, now that we have the scroll, why don't you open it and let us have a look? Violet Knight said. She was rather curious about what was inside the scroll that he had described as miraculous. Yun Nuashing smiled and said, "There is no rush." As he spoke, he walked toward the red star sword that was on the ground. As he approached, the red star sword flashed with light. It seemed to be very excited. It was a long sword that was as black as a galaxy and covered with stars. It was about 3 meters long, but only half of it was visible from the ground. On the body of the sword, 12 crimson stars were arranged in a line. They were engraved on both sides of the sword. Those stars seemed to be real, and they were all flashing with light. Yun Nuashing walked closer, stretched out his hand, and flicked the body of the sword with his finger. A crisp ding sound rang out, and the stars on the red star sword burned even brighter. He could not help but laugh. The 12 divine swords, at least the 4 divine swords that he knew so far, all had a large part of their consciousness. The Netherruin sword was even more so. It had its own soul. Most of the weapons that were forged had their own consciousness. The higher the level of the weapon, the clearer the consciousness. For example, weapons at the level of eternal divine weapons could almost communicate with their wielder, not to mention divine weapons. Among them, only the divine right weapons were a little more special. Perhaps because they were too powerful, they did not have their own consciousness and soul. "Little guy, I am already like this. Do you still remember me?" Yun Nuashing poked the red star sword with a smile as if he was teasing a child. "Buzz, buzz." The red star sword flashed with light as if it was responding to him. This made his smile even wider. They still remembered him and his soul. The Netherruin sword had long been integrated into his soul and had reincarnated with him. Ling Hongjian had recognized him even before his divine soul had awakened. At that time, his divine body had not awakened. Although he still had some functions, it was actually not because of this aspect. Ling Hongjian followed him only because he still recognized his soul. Yun Nuashing held the sword hilt with his right hand and shouted softly, He used his strength. In fact, he did not use much strength. With a gentle pull, he pulled the red star sword out of the ground. This made his face twitch. He thought that he would have to use a lot of strength. Yun Nuashing pulled out this 3-meter-long sword and waved it twice. He lifted it up and looked at it carefully for a while. He reached out his hand and touched the few red stars. They were still hot. However, the red stars near the tip of the sword had dimmed. It is still damaged. It seems like it only has the energy of the 6th level left. Its power should not be affected too much. He bent his finger and tapped it lightly. Those huge stars that filled the sky retracted back into the sword. Those were all transformed by the power of the red star sword. The remnant power of the stars in this place. It seems like the red star sword has been using the remnant power of this place to repair itself in the past 70 eras. It is just that the progress is a little slow. Yun Nuashing muttered. The process of repairing a divine sword was very huge. It was not possible to repair it by himself. He could only wait for the divine sword to suggest that it was time to repair it by itself. Until now, he still could not figure out how to repair these divine swords. In the end, he could only wait for them to slowly repair themselves. His divine body could speed up the process. He raised his hand and waved it. The red star sword drew a trail of starlight in the sky. Some stars were annihilated. An extremely fine crack appeared in the space. It was silent. In this life, I will have to trouble you again. Yun Nuashing sighed as his palm gently stroked the sword. He seemed to be whispering to an old friend. Buzz. The red star sword flickered and let out a soft, buzzing sound. It was like a reply. He could not help but smile. He nodded and stored it in his divine body. It seems like the red star sword sensed my aura first and grabbed the scroll. I hope that one day I can come back here to look for the scroll and retrieve it along the way. After putting away the red star sword, Yun Nuashing looked at the colorful scroll in his left hand and could not help but sigh. This scroll did not have any consciousness at all. The only thing that could make it move and still exist at the bottom of this huge pit, other than the layer of rules under his feet, was probably the red star sword that he had just taken away. He glanced at the colorful scroll. It was quiet now. It was clearly standing in front of this layer of laws, but it suddenly lost its life. The light on its surface was also much dimmer. He stretched out his right hand and tapped on one of the two ends of the scroll. A weak power of divine right flowed and entered the scroll. After a while, the colors on the surface of the colorful scroll suddenly became active. They spread out rapidly. They drilled out of the surface of the scroll and extended into space. Buzz! Suddenly, a strong ray of light shot up into the sky from the center of the scroll. It flew out for thousands of feet and suddenly stopped. The ray of light suddenly exploded. A gorgeous color that resembled a painting appeared above. It flowed up and down like a long river. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and threw the scroll into the sky. It sank into the long river of colors. The long river of colors hanging above his head bubbled, like boiling water. The long river of colors wriggled and continued to spread further and further. It also dropped down and landed on the ground. It did not go past his legs. However, he was not surprised at all. He had opened it once in the past and was already shocked. Seeing it now, he only lifted his leg and shook it a little. He did not feel anything solid. Ziyi and the others looked at this scene nervously. The long river of colors continued to spread and gradually fell from above. It enveloped this part of the world. Yun Nuashing took 2 steps back and retreated to the edge of the curtain, surrounded by the long river of colors. He raised his head. Was the curtain surging? It had already trapped this part of the world. Now it was time to reveal it. It suddenly expanded. What appeared in front of him was an incomparably magnificent star domain. Tens of thousands of magnificent galaxies lay in front of him. The colorful star domain had been like this since ancient times, but it was not unchanging. It was distant and ancient, and no one had set foot in it. Further away, The net-like structure of the galaxies was even more gorgeous. This star domain was like an infinitely enlarged spiderweb. This was not a static scene. In the distance, he could see stars being annihilated. A torrent of energy the size of a large star illuminated the entire vast star domain. The destructive impact caused huge wave-like ripples to appear in space. The unparalleled shockwave tore the surrounding stars into pieces. The fall of a large star even illuminated an infinitely collapsed space in the distance. It was like a spatial singularity. The space there was extremely distorted. It was like a hole in the layer of space. Everything in the present world would flow through that hole into the void. The net-like structure of the cluster of galaxies surrounded this noisy star domain. Countless stars flickered and countless rays of light gathered here. However, they were unable to illuminate the darkness here. This place was just like what he had seen before. It should have changed, but it would never change. It was just a mark of that star domain. What are these? Star domain? Through Yun Nuoshing's eyes, Zai saw the magnificent and gorgeous starry sky. Mei Mao was stunned. Such a gorgeous starry sky could only be seen in the depths of the star domain. There were very few life forms in those places, and very few people would set foot there. It's just an ordinary star domain. However, it's not an ordinary star domain. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Her eyes were fixed on a large star. The impact of the fiery star's death destroyed everything within a radius of several light years. In just an instant, ignoring the laws and speed, the remnant energy of the fallen star was completely devoured by the spatial singularity. It was not a black hole, but a singularity created by the wrong laws. Everything in this star domain leaked endless matter into the void through such a small singularity. In the distance, a new star was born. It was a rising star, and its light illuminated the entire star field. It was dozens of times larger than the fiery red giant from before. It was a dazzling golden star, and even further away there was a black star. The black star was empty, releasing an ominous light. The red dot in its core dyed it with a strange color. The ominous symbol was a star of calamity. Its size was so huge that a red star that passed by it suddenly changed its trajectory and strangely plunged into the black star. It did not even cause a ripple. The collision between two star systems happened in the blink of an eye. It ignored all the laws in this world. This star domain was very strange. Star creation chart, I remember this name. Yun Nuoshing squinted his colorful eyes and stared at the galaxy. The book of epochs floated beside him, but it was useless. The large amount of information that surged into his mind was meaningless. He could not even find a single piece of meaningful information. In an instant, all the information was disassembled and reassembled 100 billion times, but he still could not find any useful information. He still could not form any useful information. This galaxy was very strange. There were traces of rules everywhere, but everywhere was against the rules. There were no rules or rules to speak of. The descent and annihilation of the stars happened in an instant. The net-like cluster of galaxies could be distorted in an unbelievable manner in his sight, twisting in an even more unbelievable arc. This place was extremely chaotic. Laws and anti-laws and even nothingness filled every inch of space. This was not something that could be done in a normal world. No world would be able to do this. An inch of space was divided into 10 different law zones. In a single star, there were tens of thousands of completely different laws. This caused its shape to be distorted. It was neither circular nor oval. It was distorted like a sea urchin. It was even hollow. A part of the center had been dug out, but it was still burning normally. The space here is infinite. The laws are infinite. Causality is infinite. Because everything is infinite, they can also be reversed at any time, 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 at any time. Everything can be repeated. Everything can be reversed. Everything can return to the beginning. Everything can be fast-forwarded to the end. This is an eternal land of chaos, Yun Nuashing said calmly. Zai widened her eyes in confusion. She saw a star that had just exploded into pieces. In the next second, the fragments and energy suddenly flowed backward and reformed the star. Then, the star crazily shrunk and became brighter and brighter. In the end, it returned to dust. The dust then merged with the other stars. This place was even more absurd than the nothingness. The nothingness was nothing. There were many things here, but everything was like a game. You could never guess what would happen in the next second. Countless stars were born and destroyed. Countless galaxies were formed and destroyed. This place was like a nightmare. Don't doubt your eyes. Everything you see is real. This is an image copied from that galaxy. There is no trace of modification. No one is controlling it. It really happened. It really happened in the depths of a galaxy in a certain world. Yun Nuashing's eyes were deep. He was still trying to unravel all the secrets in this map, but he could not. Back then, with the power of God and the Book of Epics, he could not unravel any information even after 1,000 years. He did not even gain anything, let alone now. Every time the star creation map is opened, it will evolve from the beginning. It is the scene that you just saw. Then it will continue to evolve. The evolution of stars, birth and destruction, the condensation and dispersion of galaxies, the changes of space singularities, and it will continue to change until it closes. There will not be any repetitive scenes. There will not be any repetitive information. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. I once spent 1,000 years studying this thing, but I did not gain anything. It took me 3 years to get rid of the messy information in my head. After that, I almost developed star domain phobia. I was scared by this thing. Just looking at it as a map may be pleasing to the eye. At most, you will feel dizzy after looking at it for a long time. But if you want to understand something from it, you can probably give up. Anyway, I have had enough of those 1,000 years. I have no idea what this thing is. I maliciously guess that the person who carved this galaxy back then was disgusted by it and threw it aside because he could not stand it. Yun Nuashing said with a dark face. After that, he sighed again. In short, it is such a strange thing. Later, when I was about to die, I threw it away. I did not expect that after 70 eras, it would fall into my hands again. It is destined to be you, Rosy Cloud said faintly. Yun Nuashing. I would rather not be destined. This thing is really useless. I really can't tell what it is. I can't bear to throw it away. If I don't throw it away, I won't be able to find out its value. At least, you can give me some clues and let me know what this thing is related to. That way, there will be some hope and some hope. But even Xian can't tell what this thing is. Zai and the others were silent. They really had no clue at all. Xianin was also an enlightened master. According to his own latest guess, she might be a master above the enlightened master. If even she could not figure it out, what was this star map creation? But she did not open it to see what was inside. But I think even if she did not open it, she would know what was inside. Yun Nuashing scratched his head and said, I always feel that the space singularity is very interesting. Have you ever entered it? Zai suddenly said something very scary. Lan, Xan, and Rosy Clouds were so scared that they trembled. That place was not a good place at first glance. Were they sure that nothing scary would happen if they went in? I went in. It was nothing. I just went into the void. That space singularity is very strange. It is like a hole in the real world. Behind the hole is the void. All the useless energy in this star field will be lost into the void through the hole. After a circle in the void, it will return to the real world and form a star that was born abruptly, achieving a wonderful balance. Yun Nuashing frowned and said, Also, I was not affected by the space singularity. I went in by myself. But according to what I saw and felt, the energy was sucked there. Maybe it is not in that star field, so there is no way to know what is going on. Also, whatever we do, we won't leave any traces here. I think this is a place worth paying attention to. Yun Nuashing's mind was in a mess. The scene he saw was like a trigger, reminding him of the 1,000 years he had been sitting here. It was a really troublesome time, and it was not just his brain that was hurting. Several people sat here with him every day, pulling their hair and biting their fingers. Their eyes were bloodshot. As gods, they actually had dark circles under their eyes. In order to deduce everything here, the accuracy of the deity statue's deduction dropped from 70% to less than 20%. Lao Shan and the others almost had a nervous breakdown. In the end, only Luo Guang and him were left sitting here. However, after the 1,000th year, the two of them could not bear it anymore and had to stop. At that time, their clothes were messy, their appearance was unkempt, and they looked unkempt. People would believe that they were savages if they went out, but they did not have the high and mighty appearance of gods. Later, the few of them fell silent. Looking at the star field, they felt dizzy. Yun Nuashing was fine, as he was already used to it. However, Zi and the others could not stand it anymore. After looking at it for only 10 minutes, they already felt dizzy. Yun Nuashing had no choice but to put away the star map. It seems that we still can't solve the mystery here in this life. Yun Nuashing sighed. Chapter 10:22. The star territory unfolded in front of his eyes rapidly shrank. The vast and boundless star territory all turned into a colorful stream of water, like the ink on an ink painting flowing backward. All of it shrank upward, shrank into a dot, and returned to the original appearance of the colorful scroll. It gradually fell from midair and was caught by Yun Nuashing. It's a pity that I have a big secret in my hands, but I can't know what this secret is. Gently stroking the colorful scroll with his palm, Yun Nuashing sighed and shook his head helplessly. He didn't know if the godly being that left the scroll also had the same mentality as him. He was extremely depressed and crazy. This is the truth of the world. But they couldn't solve it. They were all melancholy and anxious. Thinking about it this way, could it be that the godly being that received the spirit knew that he couldn't solve it, so he threw the scroll away? Yun Nuashing sighed. He didn't know, and he didn't want to care so much. If he continued to study it, he would probably just repeat the same 1,000 years. Before he stepped into a higher realm, he probably couldn't see what this thing was. In this world, there were always some secrets that would be covered in dust for eternity. If the enlightened masters couldn't solve it, then he would wait until he was above the enlightened master level to solve it. He held the colorful scroll and shook it on the ground. After confirming that it didn't have any reaction to this damn layer of rules, he helplessly put it away. He shook his head and disappeared in a flash, rushing toward the surface of the big pit. It didn't take long for him to reach the surface of the big pit. Yun Nuashing didn't stop. He continued to fly upward for a while before stopping. He turned around and looked down at the big pit. He wasn't high enough yet, so he couldn't take in everything at a glance. He looked at this huge abyss and couldn't help but sigh. His eyes were dim. The next moment, the 6 wings behind him spread out. Just as he waved his hand, his expression froze. He turned his head in confusion and looked at the opposite side of the big pit. There were actually a lot of people gathered there. There were also all kinds of divine birds and strange beasts suspended in midair. Those strange beasts all had people with powerful auras sitting on them. Their eyes swept across the big pit. He rushed out of the big pit. Although he used the speed of light, it seemed that a small number of people noticed him and focused their eyes on him. Why is there someone here? Yun Nuashing was a little surprised. This crater was filled with an extremely powerful energy. It wasn't that the energy around it was weak, but once one entered the crater, the energy would be unimaginably dense, especially near the elemental stones. Even outside the crater, the energy was still overflowing, and a conservative estimate was that it could kill tens of thousands of god emperors. This high-energy area had always been a place that everyone kept a respectful distance from. It was really rare to see a guest here today. According to the records, the exploration of the big pit beside the elemental stones ended a few eras ago. At the cost of the death of 20 god emperors, the exploration ended in a hurry. Yun Nuashing recalled those words and narrowed his eyes. They really didn't learn from their mistakes. A bunch of god emperors had just died a few eras ago, and not even their ashes were left behind. Now, there were people coming to explore the elemental stones. He reckoned that these people didn't even know what they were looking for. It was possible that they were just a bunch of people who were sent to their deaths because of their curiosity. The scale is quite big. They even sent out high-level gods. They don't know what's good for them. Yun Nuashing sneered and shook his head. He couldn't be bothered with these people. Just as he was about to continue attacking, there was suddenly a burst of golden light. It actually rushed straight into the big pit and swept toward him. However, the speed of the golden light suddenly decreased by tens of times after entering the big pit and became extremely slow. Yun Nuashing's hand seal was interrupted once again. His face twitched. He turned around impatiently and looked at the golden light that was sweeping toward him. There was actually a person inside, and judging from his aura, he was quite strong. He had the strength of the Emperor of the Netherworld. That Emperor of the Netherworld expert came to 100 feet in front of Yun Nuashing. He glanced at him and found that he only had the aura of a demigod. He couldn't help but be stunned. Then a sharp light flashed in his eyes. "Who are you? Why did you appear from the bottom of the abyss of elements? What's down there?" Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and glanced at the group of people. He said indifferently, "I should be the one asking you this question. Who are you? What are you doing here?" He had planned to seal this place and let it slowly recover. The rules that filled this place were quite destructive. They were all affected by the power of the divine right back then. Those powers had already dissipated. There was still an extremely rich power of the stars left, but it affected the rules here. If he didn't erase it, this big pit called the elemental abyss would not disappear. He didn't have any good feelings about this place, nor did he have any thoughts of nostalgia. It would be best if he could erase it, but the others didn't seem to think so. Don't you know that the Holy Transforming Mountain, 5 Treasures Sect, and Feng family have joined forces to explore the elemental abyss in the Ganyuan region? That Emperor of the Netherworld expert sneered. The people in the distance were also quite shocked. They had come here several times. Every time they were careful and didn't lose much. They even researched ways to reduce the influence of the big pit. They didn't expect to see a person appear from the big pit this time. His strength could be said to be weak, and he didn't seem to be affected. That demigod is actually not affected by the elemental abyss? Everyone was a little shocked. They knew how terrifying the elemental abyss was. Even divine emperors couldn't escape death if they entered it. They had to research ways to resist it, but they couldn't hold on forever. If they didn't know that divine emperors had been buried here before, no one would spend so much effort to come to this place of life and death. They cherished their own lives very much. I don't know. I've never heard of it. Yun Nuashing shook his head indifferently. He glanced at him and said, "There's nothing at the bottom of the abyss. You can leave now. This is just the place where my ancestors were buried. It has existed for dozens of eras. It's time to close it." The Emperor of the Underworld frowned and sneered. Just as he was about to say something, Yun Nuashing impatiently took out a 9-colored token and said indifferently, "I'm just here to carry out a mission. If you have any objections, you can come to the Divine Land to talk." When the 9-colored token appeared, the Emperor of the Underworld's expression suddenly changed. They were a quasi-first-rate force in the Ganyuan region. They just happened to be near the elemental stones. They had coveted this place for a long time and studied it for a long time before they found a way to enter the elemental abyss. They didn't expect to meet such a fierce person today. In the realm of the gods, there weren't many who dared to go against this group of fierce people. Who in the realm of the gods didn't know about the 9 divine temples? "If you don't leave now, I'll call someone over. I'll ask the Great Elder to arrange things in the Ganyuan region." Yun Nuashing said indifferently. The Emperor of the Underworld was shocked. He quickly waved his hand and said, No, we just... I'll leave now. As he said that, he thought of something and couldn't help but be shocked. The ancestral master's burial place. He knew that several heavenly gods had fallen in this abyss dozens of eras ago, but he didn't know who was buried in it. Now that he heard Yun Nuashing say that, cold sweat broke out all over his body. Could it be that those heavenly gods were the 9 divine temples, ancestors, heavens? If the people of the 9 divine temples knew that they had been alive and kicking in the burial place of their ancestors for thousands of years, they would probably pull out their tendons and skin them alive. In the realm of the gods, those who offended the 9 divine temples usually didn't have a good ending. If this kind of thing was spread and the 9 divine temples shook, the Ganyuan region would be in danger. She seemed to already know. Then they could only... The Emperor of the Underworld's expression kept changing. Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Yun Nuashing happened to see it. She couldn't help but sigh. The token disappeared with a flip of her hand, and in its place was a black hammer. She pointed at the Emperor of the Underworld and said coldly, "You seem to have other ideas?" This time, she didn't suppress the aura of the 12th rank eternal divine weapon. The Emperor of the Underworld's face turned pale with fright. He took a few steps back before he felt a little better. However, the golden barrier around him was already on the verge of collapse. He was so scared that his face turned pale. He quickly cupped his hands and said, No, I just thought wrongly. We didn't know that this abyss belonged to the 9 divine temples' ancestors. Shut up and move aside. I don't want to listen to you. I know you can't destroy this place. The 9 divine temples just don't want to bother with you. Do you think we don't know what you are doing here? Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes and said coldly. Then she stuck out her tongue in her heart. In fact, they really don't know. The 9 divine temples knew that the Abyss of Elements was the place where the 9 ancestors fell, but they didn't come here often. When the previous temple masters took office, they would come here for a day or 2 to feel the remnant aura of the ancestors. In Yun Nuashing's opinion, this behavior was meaningless. What was left here was only the remnant aura of the ancestors. There was no other aura that they could feel. Now, the coffins of the 9 ancestors had been brought back. In the future, the new temple master could find another place to meditate. As for the people who came to explore this place, the temple masters knew that they were from the previous eras. They didn't know that there were people who were exploring the Abyss of Elements in this era. Even if they knew, they wouldn't care. After all, there was nothing there in the first place. However, just because they didn't care, it didn't mean that others didn't care. When the Emperor of the Underworld heard the news about the 9 divine temples and saw the 12th rank eternal divine weapon, he was so scared that his aura became unstable. His body trembled, and he quickly said, Yes, we will retreat. We will retreat. No one knew what scared him out of his wits. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but shake her head when she saw that the Emperor of the Underworld, who was so arrogant because he saw that she was only a demigod, was now running away with his tail between his legs. It seemed that the reputation of the 9 divine temples wasn't as effective as a hammer. That guy was actually a little desperate. Yun Nuashing waved the hammer and sighed. She didn't care about the commotion caused by the Emperor of the Underworld's return. She put away the giant hammer and began to form hand seals. 5 extremely dim, black, divine halos slowly appeared behind her. Even in broad daylight, the visibility of the divine halos couldn't be compared to a shadow. One could only see them when they were extremely close. Whoosh! Yun Nuashing's hand seals changed. The 7 elemental water streams that were flowing around the elemental stone in midair suddenly trembled as if they were affected by a huge force. They trembled and left the elemental stone and rushed toward the abyss of elements. As they rushed over, the 7 elemental water streams also increased in size. In just a few breaths' time, they became 100,000 feet long, like a heavenly river. Come! Yun Nuashing shouted softly. Her hands drew an arc in midair, and the 7 elemental water streams forcibly gathered into one. They condensed into 7 colors and streaked past Yun Nuashing. Then they turned and fell into the abyss below. Like a waterfall, the sky reverberated with the loud sound of water splashing. Everyone at the edge of the abyss was shocked. The emperor of the underworld sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that he had met a living ancestor. No one had ever been able to use the power of the elemental stone, not even the gods. The person he met today, a demigod, used the most violent method to seize the power of the elemental stone. He didn't know whether to exclaim that she was worthy of being called a member of the Nine Gods Temple or to fear that he had met a monster. He didn't even have the slightest idea. He hurriedly led his people and rushed to the distance, not daring to stay for even a second. When the other two parties saw this, they were confused and shocked. However, they didn't have time to think too much. The news that the former had just brought back had made them tremble with fear. They had been jumping around here for so long, and it was not much different from jumping around the ancestral graves of the Nine Gods Temple. The Nine Gods Temple was kind enough to not kill them. In fact, they were all imagining things because the Nine Gods Temple really couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. Yun Nuashing also couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. Recently, he had been constantly reminded of the past, and his mental state was not very stable. If he fought, he might have a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. If he couldn't take it anymore, he might massacre half of the origin region. Because he knew that his current state was not very stable, he advised the Emperor of the Underworld to stay away from him. It would be good if he could be tactful and leave. He sighed heavily and waved his hands. The huge waterfall suddenly shrank in size and gradually fell from the sky to the ground. It turned into a colorful river that was thousands of feet wide. It gushed out from the elemental stone and flowed slowly along the ground into the elemental abyss. Other than myself, only the energy of the elemental stone can neutralize the traces of destruction that I left behind back then. Yun Nuashing's eyes flickered slightly. The 7 elements in the elemental stone were the 7 elements that existed when the realm of the gods was first born. They were the purest and the strongest. They were countless times purer than the elements that existed in the realm of the gods now. It was a pity that no one could touch this power, not even the gods. However, he was not one of them. The 10 elements in his body now were equivalent to the 10 elements that were first born in the realm of the gods during the mythological era. He had evolved them through the use of the elemental stone in the past, and later passed them on to himself. Yun Nuashing fixed the colorful river on the ground. He looked at the bottomless abyss and shook his head. He didn't know how long it would take for the energy of the elemental stone to heal the scars of this huge pit. The residual energy here was still terrifying. It would take a long time for the elemental stone to neutralize it. He didn't have the time to wait here and slowly heal it. He could only leave a trace and let the elemental stone fill it up by itself. Cough! Yun Nuashing's face turned pale. He coughed softly, panted, and laughed bitterly. Was it so tiring to use a little bit of the godly right power? It actually consumed a lot of his spiritual energy and soul energy. It's too much for my body to use the godly right power now. A part of my spiritual energy and soul are automatically consumed to resist the recoil effect of using the godly right power. It must be very uncomfortable, right? Zai sighed and closed the book. She lay on the bed and rolled the blanket over herself. She looked at the sky above the spiritual world and said, "It's better not to force it. It's fine. It's only once or twice. There aren't many chances to use the godly right power. I can't use it in battle either. As for the recoil, I just need to rest a little. It's not a big deal." Yun Nuashing shook his head. He didn't really care. The godly right power was mostly used to control and manipulate things. It could also be used to exert pressure. It was quite weak in battle. Ziyi sighed and did not continue speaking. In any case, there was an 80% chance that this idiot would not listen to her even if she spoke. Why bother making things difficult for herself? Looking at the long, colorful river that had stabilized and poured into the elemental abyss, Yun Nuashing sighed and rubbed his forehead. Many things in the past came rushing into his mind. He was a little irritated. He shook his head and wanted to throw all these things away. But when he closed his eyes, they would appear in front of him again. The past was vivid in his mind. Brother Nuashing, why don't you rest a little? Lon Exan felt the change in his state of mind and said with a little heartache. Yun Nuashing nodded and returned to the fire phoenix. With a wave of his hand, the fire phoenix flew back to its original path. He looked at the people who were still cultivating on the fire phoenix and sighed. Seeing that Zian and the others were safe, he lay down. Yes, just a little rest. In 2 days, I still have to deal with the Pillar of Creation. In a few days, I will go to Yanli Academy to deal with the Trial of Fire. After that, his voice became softer and softer. As he spoke, he stopped talking. The Thousand Dreams mantra automatically activated, and he entered a state of light sleep. Zai and the others were stunned. This guy fell asleep while talking, and he said that the recoil wasn't serious. His spiritual energy was almost depleted. As an enlightened god who had lost his enlightened god status, he was half immortal. At this time, he was forcefully using the godly right power of the enlightened god level. Everyone knew that this was a matter of life and death. He was dancing on the edge of a knife. With a thought, Lon Exan came out of the spiritual world. This was the first time she had come to the real world after gaining a physical body. In the past, she had been hiding in Yun Nuashing's spiritual world. Mei Mao shook her head, and her waist-length hair swayed. Lon Exan was a little stunned. She raised her hand and pinched it. Then she pressed her hand to her chest and listened to the sound of her heartbeat. She couldn't help but feel a little intoxicated. She hadn't felt a physical body for a very, very long time. That long period of time was even longer than the time when Zai waited for Yun Nuashing. She was a remnant soul that had been passed down from the mythological era. She was the oldest existence in their group. However, the others subconsciously ignored this point. They didn't want her to feel sad because she was out of tune with this era. Looking at Yun Nuashing, who was curled up into a ball on the fire phoenix, Mei Mao felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She slowly lay down and reached out to hug him. She whispered softly, "Brother Nuashing, thank you." She had a lot of things to say. However, she couldn't say them in front of Yun Nuashing. She could only take advantage of the time when he was sleeping to say a few words. Now they were all cultivating. Her brother, Nuashing, was alone. At least for now, she could monopolize her brother Nuashing in this short period of time. When Zai heard this, he couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. Silly girl, he couldn't let go of the past. She couldn't let go of the past either. Instead, she hung her feelings on him. She would hang her feelings on him for the rest of her life. Zai shook his head helplessly. Really, both of them were so casual. Chapter 10:23. In the Blazing Flame Academy, loud sounds of bells and drums reverberated throughout the vast academy. It had already reverberated for a full 15 minutes, with 8 different tones ringing at the same time without stopping. The mountain peak outside the Blazing Cloud's secret territory was especially lively. Students in fiery red uniforms gathered there, looking forward to seeing who the person who had bravely passed the golden trial was. Today might be the busiest day in the Cloud Fire secret land. Lu Feng floated in the air above the mountain peak. A green whirlwind blew at his robes. His long hair draped down, covering his half-Shanglong face. The other half of his face was exceptionally delicate and pretty. It was the Wind God Hall elder that they had met when they came from Yun Nua. Oh, will Son of God be able to pass the 7th test? The last time he was here, he was only at the demon level. This time he is close to the beginner god level. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Beside him, Yang Yi crossed his arms and looked at the Cloud Fire secret land. However, he couldn't see anything. I don't know. Lu Feng shook his head. They still didn't know that Yun Nuashing had regained her identity. Only the higher-ups in the 9 deities Hall knew about Yun Nuashing's identity. Hence, they still addressed him as Son of God. The bell and drum have been ringing for almost half an hour. Why hasn't it stopped? It can't be that he can't even pass this test. Son of God passed it very quickly the last time. Yang Yi scratched his head. The ringing of the bell and drum had attracted more than half of the students in the Yanli College. Suddenly, a huge flaming tornado rushed into the sky and mixed with the clouds. The sky was dyed red. Faintly, there seemed to be an earth-shattering roar. However, it wasn't clear. Everyone only noticed that the huge flaming pillar was extremely terrifying. The dense fire element had spread to the mountain peak and was still spreading rapidly to other places. The density of the fire element in the heaven and earth increased rapidly, causing the other elements to flee in fear. Son of God won. The Lord of Flames was defeated and seemed to have suffered serious injuries. When Lu Feng heard the voice inside, he squinted his eyes and smiled faintly. They had all been to the Cloud Fire Secret Land and fought with the Flame Overlord. It wasn't very strong, but it was an abnormally difficult fellow to deal with. With the natural advantage of the lava sea, it could exhaust a heavenly god to death. Yang Yi nodded before frowning. So the bell and drum are broken? Why hasn't it stopped yet? Lu Feng said. Well, I guess the power of the divine child hasn't dissipated yet. It's still echoing in front of the 8 drums, but it's not a big problem. Look, the little guys are all sitting down to cultivate. He pointed to the mountain peak below. Yang Yi turned his gaze and saw a group of students sitting cross-legged in cultivation, listening to the sound of the bell and drum. They seemed to have gained some special insights. These flaming drums contained the will of the fire element. Just by listening to the reverberations, they would be able to benefit immensely. At this moment, the 8 drums were ringing for a long time without dissipating. This was an extremely rare condition. If they didn't cultivate now, then when? It was also for this reason that when Yun Nuashing came out from the 5 chains, she saw a group of people sitting cross-legged on the ground with fire elements surging around them. She couldn't help but be stunned and scratch her head. What's going on? Godchild. Lu Feng and Yang Yi hurriedly came down and cupped their hands. The former smiled and said, "Congratulations, Godchild, for passing the 7th level." "Oh, thank you. It's just that I accidentally passed the 8th and 9th level. The 9th level is still a bit messy. Can you guys go and fix it?" Yun Nuashing scratched his head and laughed dryly. Ah. Lu Feng and Yang Yi widened their eyes. The 8th level required the strength of an enlightened god, while the 9th level required the strength of a netherworld king. They hadn't passed the first 2 levels. Although they were also enlightened gods, the 8th level was extremely difficult. If they couldn't comprehend a trace of creativity from the flames, or rather, creativity they couldn't pass, Yun Nuashing smiled faintly. The 8th level required them to comprehend the creativity of the elements. This wasn't difficult for him. He could even create the world, let alone this level. As for the 9th level, the Netherworld King, elite guarding the level, was a little powerful. Under the situation where he couldn't use his divine weapon, he had to contend with him for a long time before killing him. However, these didn't need to be said in detail. He waved his hand and said, "Well, that's it. Half of the trial of fire has been completed. The purpose of coming to the Flame Li Academy has also been achieved. It's time to leave. There's not much time left." Lu Feng and Yang Yi trembled and then came back to their senses. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. Sighing, they cupped their hands at Yun Nuashing and said, "Then we wish Godchild a safe journey." As for what he was busy with and what he was rushing about for, it wasn't something they should ask. When they arrived this morning, his travel-worn appearance had scared them. He really rushed over, stayed here for 2 hours, and left again. Yes, he really left in the blink of an eye. In the end, they only saw him waving his hand, and then he was gone. Phew, another matter has been settled. High up in the sky, Yun Nuashing stretched on the back of the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix continued to move towards the next destination. He turned around and looked at everyone. This was already a habit. Every time he returned to the Fire Phoenix, He would look at them to see if there was anything wrong. Fortunately, nothing out of the ordinary happened. The origin pillars of the Ganyuan region are still missing 4. Let's work harder. Patting his cheeks with both hands, Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and grinned. He tilted his head and looked at the Flame Li Academy that was no longer in sight. His eyes flickered slightly, and he slightly remembered the group of people he knew in the Farlight Academy. He wondered how they were doing now. Well, whether it's Lin Shang, Ding Mingyu, or Luo Yi and the others, none of them are simple people. They should be doing well now. Yun Nuashing smiled silently. The divine world was huge. Although the divine lands had the word small in its name, its area was equivalent to the origin region or even bigger. This was not small at all. Even a god would have to spend a lot of time to travel through the entire origin region. It was not easy to meet up with them. Let's leave it to fate. Achoo! Lin Shang sneezed loudly without any warning, causing everyone around him to be shocked and cast a strange look at him. Lin Sheng's handsome face had a blank look on it. Puzzled, he tugged at the blue hairband tied around his temples and muttered, "Who's talking about me?" "Who knows?" Ding Mingyu shrugged, her hair swaying in the wind. Mei Mao narrowed her eyes and pinched his waist. "I'm afraid it's one of your little lovers who's thinking about you." Lin Sheng trembled. Seeing her half smile, he could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. What little lover? Everyone spread their hands and threw him a look that said, "Good luck." Then they turned their gazes. What appeared in front of them was a huge circular energy barrier. They did not know how big it was. Standing in front of it, they felt like they could see another piece of land lying in front of them. Its height and width were astronomical figures. The black barrier flowed with an ominous light. The dark light was like flowing ink, emitting an energy that made everyone's heart palpitate. The dark elemental barrier. Here, there's the smell of that power. Jun Lui raised her eyebrows slightly. She could smell the chaotic and terrifying aura from a distance. The power that disturbed the rules made her heart throb for no reason. It was many times stronger than the power of the void beasts in the 5 elements realm. This was the true power of the dark elemental. At this time, they were at the border between the western region of the Divine Prefecture and the northern wilderness. 10,000 miles behind them, there was a city called Linhai City. It was said to be close to the sea, but there was no place that could be called an ocean nearby. There was only a black barrier 10,000 miles away. Looking at the dark elemental barrier from 10,000 miles away, it looked like a black sun was slowly rising from the horizon. The ominous black barrier eroded the pure white sunlight and dyed it black. When the sunlight fell on the ground nearby, it could be seen for a long time. It's not easy to come to the Divine Prefecture. Are we just passing by? Elder Yan Feng, can we go out and play? Xue Lingfeng leaned on the edge of the airship and could not help but sigh. Yan Feng rolled his eyes. If we want to play, we'll leave you behind. Forget it. Everyone smiled bitterly. It was the first time for most of them to come to the Divine Prefecture, which was known as the center of the God realm. Lin Sheng smiled silently and could not help but tilt his head. At the far end of the land, there were huge black metal pillars erected. They looked like pillars that supported the heavens and the earth, covering the entire land. This thing had appeared for some time, but not everyone around them could see it. Only Ding Mingyu, Jun Luai, and Chuan Mu could see it. The only thing they had in common was that they seemed to have seen this pillar of creation before the soul seed in their minds was still there. Originally, they wanted to ask Yun Nuashing about the pillar of creation that had suddenly appeared. However, when they thought about how busy that busy person was in the realm of the gods, they didn't want to disturb him. Since he didn't say anything, it probably wouldn't be a problem. The airship gradually approached the dark elemental barrier. Everyone was less than 100 feet away from it. The ominous black aura was very close to them. The crazy aura blew past them like a gust of wind, sending chills down their spines. They looked at the barrier that seemed to be right in front of them with fear. It was like a black hole. The surrounding light was getting dimmer and dimmer. Even though the sun was hanging above their heads, the sunlight could not illuminate this place. It was as if they were constantly moving towards a black hole. They could only feel the darkness gradually swallowing their world. If we stay in this place for too long, we will definitely get sick. No one knew who said this, but everyone agreed. They did not want to come to this place just by looking at it. If they did not need to pass through this place to go to the small divine lands, they really would not want to come. In front of the dark elemental barrier was a river that was 100 feet wide. It circled around the barrier. No one knew where its source was. After circling around the entire small divine lands, it would converge into the Eastern Sea. Yan Feng had been here a few times, and he couldn't help but sigh. He had fought in the small divine prefecture before, but he wasn't the most outstanding one, and there weren't any big waves either. He had fought in the small divine prefecture for thousands of years, and when he felt tired, he came out of the small divine prefecture. Those thousands of years felt like a lifetime, and when he returned to the Nine Deities Palace, he actually couldn't get used to the peaceful pace of the small divine prefecture, and in the end he inexplicably came to the Far Light Academy to become an elder. Sigh, we're still young. Yan Feng sighed. He turned around and saw the complicated emotions in the crowd. He could not help but narrow his eyes and remind them in a deep voice, "You are all the most outstanding students of the Far Light Academy. This time, you are going to the small divine lands, representing yourselves and the Far Light Academy. It is definitely not a fun place. You will only experience a more tense atmosphere than the God Realm. At the same time, you will also encounter more dangerous situations. Always remember, strength is king. Do not let your enemies survive in there, because everyone can grow at an unimaginable speed in there. Leaving your enemies alive will only leave behind a huge hidden danger. Once you cross this place, you will bid farewell to the relatively peaceful life in the God Realm. Are you mentally prepared?" After Yan Feng finished speaking, he took a deep breath. There was a cruel competition in the God world, and everyone was a competitor. However, this place was relatively peaceful, and the cruelty was like a sandwich biscuit. However, in the small divine lands, there was no such thing as gentleness, only more intense competition. A difference of 1 month was enough to make everyone feel that the world had turned upside down. Lin Sheng and the others swallowed their saliva, looked at each other, and nodded solemnly. "We are ready." Yan Feng also nodded. "Very good. You have the Far Light Academy's token, so you will receive the support of the 9 Shrine. If you encounter any difficulties that you cannot overcome, go and find them. This is nothing to be embarrassed about. The Far Light Academy belongs to the 9 Shrine, so we will not be stingy with helping any student. If you encounter difficulties and cannot bring yourself to ask for help, you will have to pay the most painful price." Everyone nodded. Only then did Yan Feng wave his hand and take out the holy objects one by one. He said, "There are 50 of you on this trip, so 4 holy objects will be enough. After the door opens, these holy objects will be given to you. I heard that the primordial holy objects have some special uses, but I am not too sure. You can study them in the small divine lands." Finished speaking, Yan Feng waved his hand, and the 4 holy objects touched the dark elemental barrier that was less than 5 zhang away. Everyone opened their eyes nervously and stared at this scene. Ding! When the holy objects touched the dark elemental barrier, a crisp sound like a crystal being flicked lightly rang out. The 4 holy objects all lit up, and 4 rays of light shot out from the holy objects and entered the dark elemental barrier. The latter seemed to be released and suddenly began to riot. However, just as it showed signs of rioting, an even stronger force tightly restrained it. Only 1 or 2 strands of dark elemental energy floated out and slowly condensed into a human figure in the air. Black hair, black eyes, a mysterious black armor, a handsome face that was indifferent and resolute. Pang Linqing and the others had seen this face before, but the one they had seen was gentler and more gentle. He looked more like a girl than a girl. Oh, and it was a cross-dresser. "Mr. Yin!" "Jun Luo," he exclaimed softly. The person in front of them seemed to be that person, but also not that person. At least, it did not look like that person now. Yen Feng was also a little surprised. He had been here a few times, but he had never seen such a strange scene. A shadow actually appeared. The dark, elemental barrier that encompassed the small divine land was set up by Quarter Moon. He had left a trace of his soul energy here. When the barrier was about to collapse, he would appear and inform him. However, at this time, there did not seem to be any threat approaching. The shadow of the crescent moon appeared. His black eyes first swept across the crowd before turning away without any ripples. He seemed to have sensed something and raised his head to look at the sky. He stretched out his hand and pointed upwards. He seemed to have seen many things with that one glance. The scene of stars being destroyed flashed across his eyes. No one knew what he had seen. They gulped and wisely shut their mouths. They knew that the person in front of them was not the person they knew. Oh, no! Insufficient energy output. Pillar of creation. He opened his mouth and murmured something. It was the language of the Taishang era. No one could understand this language, but somehow they understood it. They were all stunned. After a moment, they pressed their heads in realization. That was the communication of the mind of the soul, directly transmitting the message that he wanted to say. Even if they couldn't understand it, they could understand what it meant. The others did not think much of it. However, those who knew about the pillar of creation, such as Yen Feng and Lin Sheng, felt their hearts skip a beat. The pillar of creation. They knew that it was a pillar that was closely related to the realm of the gods. Could it be that there was a problem? However, that was all Quarter Moon's shadow said. He then lowered his head and looked at everyone. His eyes flashed with an unfathomable light. He said coldly, "The fated ones, go to the central area." As soon as the voice fell, the shadow of the crescent moon quietly disappeared. What appeared next was an azure space gate that was 20 feet tall. It was unknown what was behind it, but based on what it said, the central area should be the center of the small divine lands. Lin Sheng and the others were a little stunned. The fated ones, was it referring to them? Was it because of Yun Nuashing? Oh, go in when you're ready. Yen Feng was the first to come back to his senses. He waved his hand and broke everyone's dazed state. He turned to the side and pointed at the spatial gate. That's all I have to say. It's better to go there personally than to say more. That wonderful world has already opened its doors to you. Lin Sheng and the others trembled as they came back to their senses. They looked at each other and nodded. With a wave of their hands, they took the 4 sacred objects. Then they cupped their hands at Yen Feng and said in unison, "Elder, we'll be off then." "Go, go." Yen Feng smiled and waved his hand. Lin Sheng and the others nodded and jumped off the flying ship first. They plunged into the spatial gate. Behind them, the group quickly followed. After the students had all jumped off the flying ship and the spatial gate slowly closed, Yen Feng sighed softly and waved his hand. He left with the flying ship. Far away in the Ganyuan region, Yun Nuashing suddenly felt his heart palpitate for no reason. He opened his eyes and jumped up. Lan Xan, who was hugging him, was shocked. She quickly looked around and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. She looked at him in a daze. "Brother Nuashing?" "Ah." Yun Nuashing came back to his senses and saw Lan Xan, looking at him innocently. He couldn't help but smile apologetically. I didn't know you were coming out. Did you bump into anything?" Lan Xan shook her head. "What's wrong?" Yun Nuashing frowned and shook his head blankly. "I don't know. I suddenly felt my heart palpitate. I heard a voice. It was my own voice. It said something about insufficient energy." The sudden palpitating made him feel that something big was about to happen. He didn't know how many years it had been since he had felt this way. He didn't feel this way even when he was about to die. Chapter 10:24. Yun Nuashing could not figure out which part of him this voice came from. Back then, he had left a part of his will in the Pantheon realm as a warning. However, he had forgotten where he had left it and why he had left it there. The fact that he had left his will as a warning instead of sealing it meant that the place he had left it there might not be as dangerous as he had imagined. Either that, or it was a relatively important place, and he had left it there as a matter of convenience. It was as convenient as having breakfast. No one would have such a good memory to remember what they had in the morning 70 trillion years ago. The will that he had left behind at that time contained a portion of the god's power. It could observe everything in the world when necessary. If it had discovered something life-threatening, it would have passed on the necessary actions and reactions to his main body. However, it had been too long, and he had not passed on this last step. In the end, he had only said something about insufficient energy. What exactly was insufficient energy? A barrier? A magic array? He could not remember. He had left a part of this behind. How could it have nothing to do with energy? Yun Nuashing scratched his eyebrows in distress. He had just been in a light sleep, and his consciousness was somewhat blurry. Fortunately, he had not been dreaming. If it had been someone else, they would have probably treated it as a vague thought in a dream and ignored it. So what exactly is insufficient energy? What exactly did I say just now? Yun Nuashing was a little anxious. That will must have seen something life-threatening. Otherwise, it would not have sent back a message. However, he had no idea what he had said. Yun Nuashing tugged at his long hair, and Lon Exen was tidying up his messy hair behind him. Feeling the movement behind him, Yun Nuashing thought for a while and did not want to cause trouble. He stared at the sky with his eyes wide open. Thanks to this incident, he was not sleepy at all. Since he had nothing to do, he could only take out the Book of Epics and try to trace the short message he had just received. He wanted to see where it had come from, although he might not be able to figure out what it was trying to remind him of. After tidying up his long, colorful hair and putting on the soul-stabilizing bracelet, Lon Exen nodded in satisfaction. She looked at Yun Nuashing and said, "Don't you want to sleep a little longer?" "I want to sleep." Yun Nuashing sighed and shook his head. Just now, the will I left behind triggered a warning. It even sent back a message to me, indicating that something big had happened. However, I have no idea what exactly had happened. If it was an ordinary matter, it would not send a message to me. At most, it would send a warning to those who triggered it, and then leave it be. Lon Exen listened to him and smiled faintly. She hugged him and ruffled his hair. She smiled and said, "Brother Nuashing, you are always thinking about a lot of things." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and automatically ignored the softness at the back of his head. He sighed and said, "It is not that I want to think about it, but I have to think about it. The burden that I bear, many things are pushing me forward." "Hey, Exen, do you know that the Pillar of Creation has chosen me as a maintenance worker? From a certain perspective, I am the guardian of the realm of the gods. I can represent the entire realm of the gods because of the Pillar of Creation. They are one with the realm of the gods, and they are the pillars of this world. They are also emotionless. They only want me to protect the realm of the gods. Everything on the realm of the gods is worthless ants that can be abandoned. This position is not as easy as you think. The Guardian Circle is also a destructive circle. It has the power to destroy all life in the realm of the gods. It is also because the Pillar of Creation itself has this power. Even without the Guardian Circle, I can use the power of the Pillar of Creation to cleanse the entire realm of the gods. When you have such a dangerous power in your hands, every move you make will affect the survival of this world. I don't really care about the weight of this burden. I have killed trillions of people, but it is necessary. I don't like meaningless slaughter." Yun Nuashing let out a sigh as he spoke. Once upon a time, the warnings from the wills were of the same level as what I just said. They would only send back information of extreme danger that we must pay attention to. But the realm of gods is so big that I have forgotten how many wills I left behind. Where are they? What did they sense? What kind of danger? That will's just now. Ugh, I can't eat or sleep well. Yun Nuashing was so troubled. that his eyebrows were pinched together. He was shouldering the responsibility of protecting the realm of the gods. He could not just leave it alone. He had to consider all threats. Lon Exander nodded. She understood, but she didn't say anything. She just listened to him quietly, caressing his hair and face. Yun Nuashing mumbled and didn't say anything. He sighed and accepted his fate. He continued to use the Book of Epics to search for possible situations. Who asked him to take on such a dangerous responsibility? Protecting the realm of the gods. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think about it. After some time, Lon Exander shook Yun Nuashing in her arms and said softly, "Brother Nuashing, we are here." Yun Nuashing opened his eyes. They were at the location of the next pillar of creation. It was the fourth origin pillar from the Ganyuan region. His eyes flickered for a moment, and he muttered to himself, "Maybe I can use the pillar of creation to check it out." When Lon Exayen heard this, she shook her head helplessly. Brother Nuashing's mind was probably unable to rest all day long, especially when something happened. Even if he was already very tired, he would still shout for rest while fighting with red eyes. In the hiding place of the pillar of creation, Yun Nuashing quickly solved the problem of the origin pillar. It was actually just a routine check, and he also strengthened the seal of the light element. Fortunately, the problem with this origin pillar was not serious. So far, he had only found one origin pillar with a severely distorted formation at the bottom. As for the Source Peak region and the Ganyuan region, he was not sure yet. It seemed that the realm of the gods had been quite peaceful in the past few dozen epochs. There were no major disturbances that affected the realm of the gods. Creation, space self-examination. Yun Nuashing pressed his palm on the pillar of creation and chanted. Then, a ray of light shot out from the pillar of creation. Dozens of tiny rays of light shot out from the pillar of creation and gathered in front of him to weave a huge, three-dimensional map that was about 10 feet in size. It was made up of colorful rays of light, and it looked like the realm of the gods. On the ground, there were many huge pillars that extended into the sky. Those were the pillars of creation. They were taller than expected. According to the scale on the map, their height was about 1/3 of the length of the realm of the gods. It really extended into the Ganyuan region, but it was still within the realm of the gods. So this is what the realm of the gods looks like. This is the first time I've seen the realm of the gods in its entirety. Lon Exayen bent down to look at the map of the realm of the gods. It was only 60 feet in length and width, and it had been shrunk countless times. The map was very detailed, and there were many black dots that were smaller than sesame seeds on the map. They covered the entire realm of the gods. Those were cities, and compared to the entire realm of the gods, they were smaller than dust. Brother Nuashing, how big is the realm of the gods? Lon Exan tugged at his sleeve and asked curiously. Since ancient times, people had always said that the realm of the gods was very, very big. But how big was it? Is there a specific number? There is a rough number. I checked it once in the ancient age, but this number is too big. It's so big that it's meaningless. This is the result of the pillar of creation measuring this world. It's more accurate than the data of any divine god. As Yun Nuashing spoke, he smiled mysteriously and said, "Before I reveal the answer, I want to ask you something. Do you know how big the other worlds and planets that you know or have heard of are?" "I don't know." Lon Exayener shook her head. She didn't even know how big her own world was. How could she know how big the other worlds were? She had never been out. Yun Nuashing. This answer was somewhat beyond his expectations, and he almost couldn't continue the conversation. Okay. Before I reveal the final answer, I'll talk about some unimportant digressions. Yun Nuashing coughed dryly. Lon Exayen and Mei Mao's eyes shone with interest. They nodded and listened attentively. Other than the realm of the gods, there are other planets in the starry sky. They are different from the realm of the gods. They are spherical worlds called planets. A big planet can nurture tens of billions of lives. Of course, there are also flat worlds in the starry sky that are similar to the realm of the gods. Those are rarer and they are man-made. They're more special, and they need strong rules to add normal living conditions to these special worlds. Yun Nuashing shook his finger and said, "Ordinary living stars are between 20,000 miles to 300,000 miles in both length and width. The special living stars might be larger. Affected by the senders in the living stars would send down layers of beneficial natural laws, making the natural laws in the living stars more powerful. Perhaps the living stars would become even larger." "What is an ascender?" Lan Xan raised her hand and asked. "The life form that ascends to the level of God's spirit is called an ascender," Yun Nuashing explained. "After ascending to the level of God's spirit, every level up is an ascender. Every ascender will give powerful rules to the planet where the ascender is located. These rules can be activated with a little effort, and you can throw them back to the planet where you are located. Hundreds of thousands of miles. The Divine Sky City seems to be close to 1,000,000 miles in length and width, right?" Lan Xan nodded. In terms of size, an ordinary planet with life was actually not as big as a big city. Most of the medium-sized cities were 300,000 to 400,000 miles in length and width, and the small ones were not less than 200,000 miles in length and width. The realm of the gods is special. The cities in other planets with life are not so exaggerated in size. Yin Nuashing coughed dryly. "The twinkling stars in the star region are the starlight that we see every night. Most of them are suns, which are stars. They are fireworks that cover the entire star region. I once said that I admire the loneliest fireworks in the world the most. Ahem, the size of a planet can be tens of millions of miles, or even tens of billions of miles. There are also bigger ones." As Yun Nuashing spoke, he waved his hand and a fist-sized sun appeared in the middle of his palm. It did not emit any light or heat. It was just a reflection. He waved his hand again and countless stars appeared. They gathered together and formed a huge aggregate. If the city was the settlement of a human race and other races, then what appeared in his hand was the settlement of thousands of stars. This is a galaxy, a big family formed by countless stars and planets with life. Some galaxies are especially bright in the night sky. There are also a few special ones that can be reflected in the night sky of the realm of the gods, even though they are separated by a certain distance. As he spoke, he hung all the galaxies and planets above the 600 feet large map of the realm of the gods. In comparison, they were many times smaller than the realm of the gods. It is difficult to describe the span of the galaxies clearly. It is possible to use numbers, but it is difficult to measure the distance with one's senses. Let's pick two galaxies that are closest to the realm of the gods. They are hundreds of thousands of light years apart. Yun Nuashing pinched two oval-shaped objects with his hands. They were much bigger than those small objects just now. He let them float above the realm of the gods. They seemed to be of a certain size. They seemed to be 1/10 of the size of the realm of the gods. Lan Xan looked at the smallest fireworks in the starry sky. She looked bigger and bigger. Finally, she fixed her gaze on the huge realm of the gods. She was stunned. She did not expect a place with life to be so big. And then, how big is the realm of the gods? It is about 6 million light years long. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. This is the data obtained from the Pillar of Creation. You just have to make do with it. There's no need to find out how big it is. You just need to know that it is very big. Moreover, this is the data of this era. Because of the great samsara, a part of the realm of the gods seemed to have been destroyed. Those were places that were not protected by the Pillar of Creation. Now, the remaining 6 million light years are quite stable. At the end of his words, he spread his hands helplessly. The realm of the gods was so big that there was no end to it. The first generation great deity, who created this magical world, had left behind countless extremely powerful space-forbidden spells in the space of this world. This allowed the realm of the gods to see the sun rise in the east and set in the west for 24 hours a day. This was also the measurement of time in the Great Yuan realm. It sounded quite incredible that such a big world could maintain this speed every day. However, this was the product of the first generation great deity. It was their work. What could they do about it? A part of it was destroyed by the explosion? Lon Exaner could not help but exclaim. Yun Nuashing nodded. He calculated in his heart and said, in the ancient age, the length was probably 5 times this number. Lon Exaner was speechless. Large-scale travel is the job of high-level gods. If ordinary people want to travel across space, they can just look for a portal. Ah, this is strange. Anyway, our speed is fast. We can fly wherever we go. Yun Nuashing spread his hands. In general, such a large distance does not affect the normal lives of the people in the realm of the gods. Ordinary people live in a city. There are mountains, rivers, and rivers. They basically do not need to go out. The slightly stronger cultivators go to and from 1 or 2 cities. The stronger cultivators are, the more they come into contact with the realm of the gods. Ordinary underworld kings would need half a month to fly 1 light year, but tearing through space can allow them to cross tens or hundreds of light years in an instant. God emperors can even tear through space to cross tens of thousands of light years without a problem. Take me, for example. I can travel in the void and reduce the distance to 100 millionth. Oh, I can't do that right now because I'm not strong enough. I can only reduce the distance by a 10,000th. In addition to my own light element and various methods to reduce distance and increase speed, I can go anywhere in this world. There are also no restrictions on the teleportation gate. It won't be a problem for me to teleport directly from the far west to the far east as long as the teleportation gate's array is sturdy enough and precise enough. Lon Exayen was speechless again. What kind of magical existence is this? Yun Nuashing suddenly fell silent. He waved his hand and made the stars disappear. His eyes focused on the realm of the gods. He scanned the whole area. Then he frowned and tilted his head in confusion. Lon Exeter saw this and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" "Well," Yun Nuashing sighed gloomily. He said helplessly, "The pillar of creation did not find any problems. At least, the pillar of creation has not found anything that can threaten this world. Ah, the fragment far away from this world does not count. That will be blocked by the barrier of creation. That is the most powerful barrier of the pillar of creation. Logically speaking, it should be a good thing that he didn't discover the problem. However, there was a prerequisite. He had already received a short warning. If he still couldn't discover the problem now, then things would get worse. The deeper the threat was hidden, the more deadly it would be when it exploded. Brother Nuashing, look here." Lon Exen suddenly exclaimed and pointed to a place. Yun Nuashing turned around and looked. It was the northern wasteland towards the north. There was a vertical vortex in the space. It was twisting and seemed to be absorbing all the energy in a large area. Because the map here was woven with colored lines, the specific color of the vortex was not known. Therefore, they did not know what the vortex was for. Yun Nuashing thought for a while and understood. Oh, that it is the demon world. Look at the way the space there is twisting and breaking. It is probably coming out. You can't see this in the realm of the gods. Only the pillar of creation can sense that something is wrong. Lon Exana thought of something and said, "The realm of the gods. Is the demon world a part of the realm of the gods? If it is, then won't the size of the realm of the gods continue to expand?" Yun Nuashing paused for a moment, then shook his head. "Not really. But it should be a part of it. The demon realm was originally a space adjacent to the god realm, and so was the demon realm. The only difference is that the demon realm was created by the demon race, But the demon realm is an incomplete world that was nurtured by the heavens and earth. It's not considered a space of the God realm, but it's also an inseparable part of the God realm. There's a spatial barrier between the two realms. It's hard, but it can be broken by the combined power of hundreds of God emperors. Sometimes it's weak, but sometimes it's so strong that even gods can't tear it apart. It's strange, but this is also the reason why the war of the two realms can't continue. The spatial barrier between the two realms will be sealed, and the demons who are left alone in the God realm will either hide themselves and pretend to be good people and live on, or be killed. The realm of the gods is like the realm of the gods. It is just that the demon world is bigger and more complete. Because the rules there are similar but generally different from the realm of the gods. There is a different kind of life form. Because it is very similar to the realm of the gods, it is also called the demon race. In the past, they were not called the demon race. However, as they were called, it was passed down. It became the demon race that we know today. Yun Nuashing said, I know. Lan Xen raised her hand and said excitedly, in my era, there was news about this. The demon race was originally called the Ancient Royal Family. I don't know when they changed their name. Yun Nuashing scratched her cheek and spread her hands. Anyway, that is the general situation. Chapter 10:25. Yun Nuashing used the Pillar of Creation to inspect the Pantheon world thoroughly. He even expanded the scope of his inspection to the star regions surrounding the Pantheon world. He also checked the 2 moons and the 2 suns, but he did not find anything amiss. Yun Nuashing could not help but let out a long sigh. He felt that his obsessive-compulsive disorder was driving him to his death. He pulled his hair in distress. This was really driving him to his death. Hey, I don't believe that if I can't find it today, I will. Before Yun Nuashing could finish his sentence, Lan Xen, who was sitting in midair and feeling bored, jumped up. She quickly reached out to cover his mouth and said excitedly, Brother Nuashing, even if you are blessed by the providence of heaven and earth, you shouldn't say such dangerous things, Yun Nuashing. Reality proved that this little girl's hint was very useful. He searched for a whole 6 hours, and the veins in his eyes were about to pop out. He couldn't even recognize the realm of the gods anymore, and he couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. Ugh! Yun Nuashing breathed a long sigh of relief. He pulled his hair anxiously and felt that he was about to vomit out his soul. Lan Xen also let out a long yawn. She rubbed her eyes and looked helplessly at the model of the Pantheon world in front of her. The Pantheon world, which was made up of colorful lines, was originally a normal flat plate. Now it had been divided into hundreds of parts, and many hidden inner spaces had been dug out. The search was very thorough, but even so, the 2 of them still could not find anything amiss. Yun Nuashing was a little relieved that he did not say the first half of a sentence. He really could not find anything. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and restored the Pantheon world, which had been divided into hundreds of parts, to its original state. He let out a long sigh and said faintly, Little girl, let's go. Lan Xen was already a little confused. When she heard this, she quickly stood up. Mei Mao's eyes flickered. Not looking anymore. I can't find it. Forget it. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had already searched everywhere she could, and she wouldn't find anything special even if she continued searching. She could only give up. Anyway, she probably couldn't stop what was going to happen. She could only resign herself to fate. Forget it. If there really is a danger of that level, I will feel it in advance. Although it will take a lot less time to react compared to now, I should be able to handle it. Or rather, he hoped that he could handle it. Lan Xen mimicked him and shrugged her shoulders. After dealing with this origin pillar, Yun Nuashing sighed and waved her hand. She brought Lan Xen back to the Fire Phoenix and left the place. They continued to move towards the next origin pillar. More than 10 days later, the inspection of the last origin pillar in the Ganyuan region was completed. In the vast origin region, streaks of golden light burst out from the ground. It was a magnificent golden rain, but it was reversed. All the golden lights burst out from the ground and gathered in the sky. This magnificent scene shocked everyone in the Ganyuan region. Countless people looked up and saw the dense golden lights flying into the sky. They gathered in places that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, and there was a rumbling sound. Vaguely, one could hear the sound of rolling thunder. Something seemed to be forming in the sky. Buzz, buzz! In the hidden place where the pillar of creation was hidden, Yun Nuashing covered his long hair, which was fluttering in the wind. Together with Lan Shiner, he looked up at the golden rain gathering in the sky. Gradually, a huge and boundless magic formation appeared. An obscure wave spread rapidly in the void, disturbing the space. The revival of the divine sky formation is really big. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh. This time, he couldn't hide it anymore. He could feel that this vast phenomenon was happening in the entire Ganyuan region. After that attack, the divine sky formation escaped into the ground of the Ganyuan region and was repairing itself. This might have something to do with its own nature. The other 4 guardian formations didn't have such an ability. It was also because of its self-repair that Yun Nua planet simply took out the rule fragments that had been automatically expelled to the edge of the magic formation, and the magic formation came back to life. The great, primal, chaos magic formation and the saint soul magic formation had just come to life. They were still hidden in the void of the divine realm, absorbing all the energy to repair themselves. The divine royal heaven magic formation was already in a state where it could be used. In other words, if he didn't like the Ganyuan region, he could slap them right now. Forget it! Forget it! Yun Nuashing waved his hand with a bitter smile. It was just a thought, and it was strangled to death before it even floated to the surface of his brain. He didn't have any problems with the Ganyuan region, so he didn't need to directly bombard them with the divine sky array. I think Brother Nuashing was thinking about something very scary just now. Lan Exena muttered, which made him smile even more bitterly. He did think of something very scary just now, the kind that ordinary people wouldn't dare to think about. Rumble! The sound of the space trembling came from the sky. Her heart also trembled. This was the sound of the air trembling. She felt that the space seemed to be afraid of something, like a frightened small beast. She couldn't help but raise her head. She saw a huge golden formation. Just the outline of the formation's edge was already very far away, reaching the end of her line of sight. The huge golden formation was shining with a soul-stirring energy arc. All the energy in the world was jumping and swaying on the formation. The dazzling light was even more dazzling than the sun. The energy overflowing from the formation made her feel suffocated. This is the true Grand Guardian Array. When Yun Nuashing saw this, he couldn't help but chuckle. This was what the Guardian Formation looked like when it was ready to attack. Lan Xian, Er's jade hand, trembled slightly. She quickly grabbed Yun Nuashing's hand and took a deep breath. Cold sweat slid down her forehead. Mei Mao stared at the formation. This was the Guardian Formation. The energy that made one's heart palpitate was far beyond that of the gods. The power of the heavenly gods was pale and powerless in front of it. This is the power that represents the entire realm of the gods. This is the power of the will of the realm of the gods. Yun Nuashing licked his lips and smiled evilly. In a trance, he seemed to see that day again, the day when the Five Wheels Guardian Formation attacked with all its might. He admitted that he had a desire to destroy, and it wasn't a small one at that. Even the deity arts and profound arts that he cultivated were all extremely destructive and had a large area of effect. He was a walking combustible and explosive object. Wherever he went, he could blast a hole in the realm of the gods. Sensing Lan Xen's slightly strange gaze, Yun Nuashing hurriedly coughed dryly and straightened his face. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying formation in front of him gradually retreated into the void. The people outside could only see the rain of light dissipating, but they could not see the main body of the protective formation. However, such a grand phenomenon today would probably spread quickly throughout the entire realm of the gods. Perhaps some of the old monsters would be alarmed by the super strange phenomenon that occurred in the dry plain region. After settling the matters in the Ganyuan region, Yun Nuashing stretched his body. At this time, the fire phoenix was floating on the border between the Ganyuan region and the Ganyuan region. There was a huge mountain here that had been flattened by a sword. The mountain range was hundreds of thousands of feet long. There were a few large words written on it. The Ganyuan region border. That's really straightforward. Lan Xen looked at the words and shook her head speechlessly. The border between the Ganyuan region and the Ganyuan region was really too obvious. Oh, I really want to give myself a vacation. Yun Nuashing laid lazily on the fire phoenix and stretched his body. Lan Xen sat down and moved his head to her soft thighs. She rubbed his long hair and smiled. Brother Nuashing, what do you want to do when you have a vacation? Oh, Yun Nuashing pondered for a while and tilted his head. What should I do? The smile on Lan Xen's face froze. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry and shook her head. So he just wanted to rest, but he didn't think of what to do. However, the answer was probably eat, sleep, and watch the sunrise. Watch the sun in the morning, cultivate when you have nothing to do. Make tea and watch the sun in the afternoon, and watch the stars at night. Yun Nuashing snapped his fingers and said with a smile, See, that's the answer. Lan Xen smiled helplessly and changed the topic. It seems that we didn't stay in the Ganyuan region for long this time, because there was nothing else to do. We didn't go to any place that required us to stay for a long time. We just repaired the pillars of the origin and repaired the guardian formation. There was nothing else to do. When we were in the Ganyuan region, we went to the Geo Milky Way in the Spirit State City and made a scene in the Yin-Yang world. We also went to the crazy girl's hometown, the Celestial King Valley, and the Saint Spirit Miracle. These places took us a lot of time. Yun Nuashing said as he twirled his fingers. The Ganyuan region was very fast, so we didn't find any interesting places. Zien and the others were also cultivating, so we didn't go to any interesting places. So the whole thing in the Ganyuan region was settled in less than a month. Lan Xen tilted her head. How long has it been since we came out of the 9 deities temple? Yun Nuashing calculated with her fingers and gave an accurate answer. 82 days, almost 3 months, including the 1 month of rest in the 9 deities temple. There's still about 7 months before the demon world descends. This should be 90% accurate, so there won't be any delay if there are no accidents. Lan Xen spread her hands. Mei Mao glanced down. The Ganyuan region was full of mountains. Aside from the demon world, it was a paradise for monsters and demon beasts. The number of demon beasts and monsters living in this region accounted for 40% of the population in the heavenly realm. Of the remaining 60%, 40% were in the Eastern Sea, and the remaining 20% were scattered all over the heavenly realm. There were still many rare beasts hidden in the forests of the Ganyuan region. Perhaps they would find some demon beasts that were thought to be extinct but were actually still alive. Little Magic, who was lying on the side, was still sleeping. Since the fire phoenix quieted down, he didn't make much noise. Every day, he would lie beside Yun Nuashing. However, because the latter also used light, sleep to travel, Little Magic also slept all day. Xiao Xian was about the same. Both of them had inherited Yun Nuashing's lazy personality and slept all day. Otherwise, why would people say that things take after their masters? Little Magic came out of the Ganyuan region, right? After many years, he somehow went to the Kuan-Yuan region and was finally found in the Yin-Yang world. Lan Xen said softly. Yun Nuashing nodded. Yes, the Book of Epics shows that this little guy did wake up in the Ganyuan region. Back then, he was sealed when he was still a cub. That's why he survived until this era unscathed. The stronger the existence, the weaker the sealing effect of the glazed crystal. The divine grade glazed crystal can seal all life forms except the gods. You are such a lazy bum. You're already at the door of your hometown, but you're still sleeping. Lan Xan stretched out her slender fingers and poked Little Magic's body. The latter's round body was very soft. When she poked it, she could feel its amazing elasticity. It was like a meatball. You sleep every day, just like your master. Yun Nuashing's head tilted and he almost rolled down. He looked at Lan Xan, who was smiling sweetly. Just say it. Why did he have to be implicated even when he was like this? Brother Nuashing, do you want to go to the southern ice world first, or directly to the Ganyuan region? Lan Xan winked at Mei Mao and asked with a smile. Ah, you still remember. Yun Nuashing scratched his head. At that time he murmured something. He didn't expect her to remember it. He had said it on the platform on Heavenly Abyss. At that time, he had said that he wanted to go to the southern ice world. However, Yun Nuashing tilted his head. His eyes were filled with some sea blue. He looked into the distance and pondered. He frowned slightly. He saw something in the place that made his eyes dim and confused. In fact, going to the southern ice world was not something he wanted to do in this life. It was something Quarter Moon wanted to do, but she didn't have time to complete it. Wait a minute. Yun Nuashing shook his head and sat up. He flipped his palm and took out a device made of arrays. It was a round plate, about 1 foot in diameter. The top part of the plate was bigger, and the bottom part was smaller. In the center of the plate, there was a dazzling ball which was as dazzling as the sun. Even the device itself was sparkling with the purple color of the spirit essence star area. It was the astrolabe. Yun Nuashing had used it to predict the time when the demon world would descend. He had also predicted that something would happen in the near future. He had met a guy who would change his life completely. Turning the astrolabe with both hands, 5 extremely dim black rings appeared behind him, slowly revolving around him. Yun Nuashing closed his eyes. The astrolabe trembled slightly. Suddenly, thousands of tiny stars lit up above the astrolabe. The light was incomparably dazzling. Lan Xan stared at him without blinking. She quietly moved closer to him. About 10 minutes later, Yun Nuashing opened his eyes. The thousands of stars on the astrolabe dimmed down one by one. The sparks were extinguished, and the astrolabe returned to its original lightless state. Then he sighed and shook his head. The South Ice World. I can't go there for now. Forget it. I'll go to the extreme plain region. He had an ideal route in the past. After solving the problem in the dry plain region, he would wander around the South Ice World. Then he would go to the extreme plain region. Then he would go to the extreme plain region. Then he would go to the extreme plain region to find Luli. After that, he would go to the Ice World's God Realm. Finally, he would go to the small divine land. After that, he would go to the demon world. He wanted to see what kind of earth-shaking things would happen in this life. Anyway, in his prediction, the storm that the demon world would stir up this time would not be small. Anyway, ideals are always beautiful. In reality, there are always many bumps and bruises. Even though we know that there is a situation, we still can't help but imagine the future. This is a common problem that is hard to change. Yun Nuashing shook his head and said, self-mockingly. Lan Xan shrugged. Everyone wanted their script to develop according to the ideal situation. However, no matter how hard they tried, unexpected things would always happen. Even if the final result was achieved, the process would not be exactly the same. Yun Nuashing also sighed helplessly. He picked up Little Magic and put him on his head. He patted his tail that was swaying in front of him and sighed. Let's go, little guy. We're going back to our hometown. You have to come back to visit occasionally, right? Brother Nuashing said that he would bring Xian home to visit. How long has it been? Lan Xan mumbled. Cough, cough. Yun Nuashing choked and coughed crazily. He rolled his eyes and smiled bitterly. This It has been a long time. I even said that I would bring her to Fengyan Mountain to retrieve the origin of fire. So many years have passed. In the end, we still haven't gone. We've been going around in circles in the realm of the gods. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Years ago, he said that he would go to Fengyan Mountain a long time ago. However, he received news that someone was attacking the forbidden land of elemental elements. In the end, he didn't go. Coincidentally, something happened in the ghoulish forest at that time. He also ran over to join in the fun. In short, this matter was delayed indefinitely. Now, it seemed that he had to make some arrangements. He couldn't keep delaying his promise to that girl. He wasn't a procrastinator. It was just that many things had happened along the way. Scratching his head, Yun Nuashing waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about anything else. Let's go to the realm of ultimate plane first. We just have to cross the huge mountain in front of us." The fire phoenix let out a loud and clear cry. It flapped its wings and flew towards the huge mountain. Even though they were in the sky, they didn't come from the mountain at all. Just as they crossed the huge mountain, Little White, who was leisurely lying down in Yun Nuashing's spiritual world, suddenly shivered. Its tiger first stood on end. Its eyes suddenly opened. It jumped out of the spiritual world and landed in front of Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing was shocked when Little White suddenly rushed out from between her eyebrows. Before she and Lon Sheener could say anything, Little White transformed into a little boy who was only 3 meters tall. He had fluffy white hair and blue patterns on his face. A thoughtful look appeared on his handsome face. He gritted his teeth. "What's wrong, Little White?" Yun Nuashing tilted her head in confusion. She reached out and grabbed his tail. Little White swung his tail and slipped away from her hand. He snorted and scratched his fluffy long hair. He said, "I feel the aura of the Azure Dragon." "Oh, Little Blue, it's in the realm of ultimate plane?" Yun Nuashing was startled for a moment, but he was not too surprised. This place was really suitable to be used as a nest for demonic beasts. He then nodded. "Can you feel the specific place?" Little White frowned and shook his head. "I can only vaguely feel that it's in the west. I don't know where it is in the west. Also, it doesn't seem like the stupid housekeeper's aura." "Oh, that slow and anxious aura," Little White mumbled. Before he could say anything, Yun Nuashing had a guess. Could it be Little Xian's aura? "It's with Little Blue?" Little White scratched his head and nodded. "It seems like it. The two of them should have woken up earlier than me. They should have returned to the realm of ultimate plane. Could it be there? But that place has been destroyed." "Oh." After pondering for a long time, Little White waved his hand and said, "I'll come out for now. I'll tell you when I find the specific location of those two idiots." After saying that, he slipped to the side and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes, and a bluish-white aura slowly flowed around his body. Yun Nuashing and Lon Sheener looked at each other and spread their hands. It seemed that they could look forward to this trip to the realm of ultimate plane.